wish to kiss my presentation. I will keep it simple, interesting, and short. Because from our studies, we find out that the attention span of any listening audience is 19.5 minutes from my studies. So on Friday, you tell our chief imam that after 19.5 minutes, he's on his own. Also, on Sunday, tell our pastor, the pastor has left, that after 19.5 minutes, he's on his own. And since I don't want to be on my own today in this special occasion, I will just kiss the subject matter. Keep it interesting, simple, and short. Decided to do this one to accept so I can get maximum cooperation from my audience. The address of this keynote, the title is Contending Issues in Reporting Migration Among African Journalists and Journalism Students in Africa. The contending issues in reporting migration among African journalists and journalism students in Africa. For a quick understanding of the subject matter, I've divided this presentation into two pillars. The first pillar, which is A, is to briefly identify what I consider the major contending issues in immigration reporting in Africa. While the second pillar, is to provide possible solution, options for sustainable and enduring migration reporting in Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, scholars and students of journalism, I wish to restate that the theme of this conference, which is media, migration, mobility, re-engaging the African narrative, which in my judgment is apt. When viewed from the contemporary African perspectives and on ending misinformation, disinformation, fake news, unpalatable damage that the so-called social media has created in Africa. The social media people, in my judgment, are not journalists. And I want our students to know. They have not been trained. Some of them have been trained. They don't practice journalism. They practice journalists. You know what I call them? I call them information seekers. I call them information traffickers. They traffic in falsehood. They traffic in fake news. They traffic in things that will affect the status quo. I recall vividly when the owner of Facebook came to Nigeria at the hall like this, we asked him, "Do you practice journalism?" The man told us, no, he doesn't practice journalism. He's providing the platform for people to disseminate information as fast as possible at low cost. So therefore, you don't call it to them that they're a social platform. To the extent that the social media people have caused a lot of damage, and I say the social media has metamorphosed in social disorder in Africa. I am also informed that this conference is powered by 8 universities in the sub-Saharan Africa and Europe under the CoMMPASS project. Communicating Migration, e-learning program, newsroom application for sub-Saharan Africa, and funded by EU. We wish to thank EU and their representative and other partners for their support, which in my judgment has added value, color, and glamour to the pedagogical purity of reporting migration in Africa. I thank you all. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I await the result of your first MOC on mobility, migration reporting among journalists and journalism students in Sub-Saharan Africa, I wish to outline some of the major contesting issues in migration reporting as stated in A above. 1, if you have not been taking note, this time to take note, is to say that reporting migration is not as glamorous as reporting politics, reporting corruption, fraud, 419, Yahoo, sex scandal, and many more. Therefore, we must go beyond the concept of the inverted pyramid structure in our news writing if you want to do justice to reporting migration. Because many of our readers, viewers, and listeners are usually would like to read, view, or listen to political reporting, sometimes health reporting, corruption saga, fraud, sexual harassment, than reporting migration. They seldom pay attention to reading migration reporting, but in recent times, this action has changed. With the current development by the US President, Mr. Donald Trump, he has added and brought out and created a new normal awareness and interest in reporting migration worldwide. But I ask you, but now, how will this be? Is it a temporary madness or a permanent narrative? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, only time will tell. Reporting migration could be a high-risk venture. Reporting migration could be a high-risk adventure, which may turn out to be misadventure if not properly handled by the reporter, be it journalist or student journalist. To outline inflammable problems in immigration reporting, which will include, but not limited to, the following. 1, the legal mobility, question of citizenship, question of indigenship, visa insurance and visa denial, hard poor economic dynamics, question of moving into the greener pastures from the red and unpleasant pastures, immigration violations, criminal activities, national security issues, intercontinental fraud, money laundering, misrepresentation of facts, transborder data transfer, national security, and of course, refugee problems, and many more. Then what do we say? Bridging the gap, bridging relationship management between the town and the gown. That means both the classroom and the newsroom must work together for an enduring and sustainable migrant reporting. I repeat, both the classroom and the newsroom must work together. We are going to have sustainable migrant reporting. For instance, in the past, Africa, the classrooms were way ahead of the newsrooms. But today, it has changed drastically to the extent that the newsrooms are far behind the classroom This must change. This is not acceptable to us as journalism educators, journalism teachers. I therefore call for a new curricula of relevance in our journalism schools in Africa so as to maintain and sustain all the involvement of exclusive typology, immigration mobility reporting in Africa, in general and in sub-Saharan Africa, which is the focal point of this conference. The next take is problem of fact-checking. Problem of fact-checking in immigration reporting. An experienced immigration reporter or journalist, student, must at all time check his or her stories so as to maintain journalistic integrity. How about the concept of truth and trust in migration reporting? We are told in our Mass Communication Journalism 101 course that truth is the cornerstone of good journalistic practice, while trust is based on source credibility and journalistic ethics. Therefore, it becomes imperative to factor all this in our migration reporting. As I said, the newsroom and the dichotomy between the newsroom and the classroom. I don't know whether it's applicable here. I challenge the practitioners to listen to this one. In our final year, we send our students out to go for practical. And they come back good reports. But many times the editor will not teach them what they are supposed to be taught. You send them out on errand to go and buy suya, to go and buy potato, go and buy boli, to go and buy fruit for them. And at the end of the day, they bring good report. This must change. Part B of this presentation deals with possible options and suggestions. What step should an African reporter and or journalism student take in reporting migration? In view of the above, outline problems and difficulties. Let us take a moment to consider the following 5 imperatives of reporting migration in Africa. 1, we will need to Africanizing our reportage. How do we Africanize our reportage in migration reporting? Put more journalistic emphasis on Africa cultural peculiarities and Africa cultural particularities. That is very important for us in Africa when we're reporting immigration. Encounter and put in the Africanness in our reportage. The next take, decolonizing of journalism, education, and teaching by establishing a curriculum of relevance for migration reportage in journalism training and education in the universities. And Christian University of Uganda is not an exception. We should include topics such as reporting Africa, African communication systems, African talking drums in all our journalism schools. Next take, humanizing our reportage on immigration, i.e., report from the woman angle, so as to create enduring awareness and interest in immigration reporting. Emphasis to be on the African cultural identity in our reportage. Using mother tongue in our migration reporting is also of public interest. Decolonization of our migration reporting add the spirit of Africanness in our reportage. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, scholars, journalism students, may I repeat what I've been saying for the past decade? One, that we Africans did not know ourselves very well, but we know more of non-Africans than ourselves. This must change in our attempting to re-image and report Africa narrative in immigration reporting. The pastor has left. In the Holy Book, we are told, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, but not more than thyself. In Africa, it seems to me we are put the opposite. Take, for example, in most of our secondary schools in Africa, we are compelled to sing London Bridge song. Can you remember that one? We remember that song. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down. I say the dark lady. Can you repeat for me? London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down. My fair lady. Thank you. Who is this fair lady? Is he an African or European? Your guess is as mine. How many Africans can identify Uganda Bridge, or even Kenya Bridge, or even Nigeria Qatar Bridge? This, in my judgment, affects negatively the African historical misadventure, miseducation, and the social cultural dominance in Africans' early learning typology. These are also capable of reshaping African cultural identity and migration by placing colonial culture over and above African Cinderella. Reform agenda in our reportage in immigration. Therefore, in Africa, if we are going to sustain reporting migration, we must choose between survival and stability in all our reportage, both in the newsroom and ex-newsroom. We must choose between African cultural identities and cultural fallacy identities. In conclusion, I must argue that in reporting migration in Africa, testing. Can you hear me now? Thank you. I was talking about reform agenda in our reportage of immigration reporting. We must choose between survival and sustainability in our reporting migration in Africa. We must choose also between African cultural identities and colonial force identifications. In conclusion, I must argue that in reporting migration, African journalists and journalism students must unchain themselves and move out of colonial reportage, move out before and over the 5 Ws and the H, the father pyramid structure, post-colonial predicaments. Therefore, they must move from potential to prosperity. Move from potential to prosperity, power, ownership, direction of the media, and intensity, control, and individual self-determinism in reporting migration in Africa. Before I thank you for your kind attention, and God bless Africa, God bless African journalists, African journalism educators, and African journalism students, and journalism profession, as we chart out a new path of enduring path in our pattern of reporting migration in Africa. The situation will be love me or leave me, but don't leave me alone. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Ruff. Uh,
Just a small correction on the, my name is spelled Akinfele, Akinfeleye. So you can change it. I think it was printer's error on the poster. Again, the name is Professor Raf. A as in apple, K as in kings, I as in India, N as in Nancy, F as in France, E as in echo, L as in Lima, E as in echo, Y as in Yankee, E as in echo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Raf Akinfele. Okay, so Professor Raf, I think, do you want to sit at the high table? And we can have another microphone there. Oh, you want to stand? Okay, so it's now time for Q&A. If there are matters arising, issues of discussion from the keynote, we are going to have a microphone move around and we can take a few questions. Do we have students in here? I forgot to welcome you. Students that are not covering the, yes. Yes. So Professor Ruff is here to answer to your question. So we are going to have a microphone move around. Let me work with the technical team. Yeah, just put up your hand and we should be that. We have about 10 minutes for that. So please, as we ask the questions, let us try to be precise, straight to the point, and we shall let the professor elaborate. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, there's a question there.
Question one.
Thank you very much, Professor Rolf. My name is Martha Akelo. I am a student at Makerere University doing a master's in strategic and corporate communication, but I'm also a practitioner. I work for an organization called the Refugee Law Project, and I do communications. And I want to thank you for your presentation, but there were things that caught my ear that I thought I should add my voice to. And one of them is about the issue of the migration story not being glamorous. And the key things you pointed out that make the stories glamorous over the years, I have seen them actually happen in the migration field. We do work around forced migrants, and we also do work around people who are trafficked. And I think the sex story, the corruption, is something that you will get really very prominent in those stories. And I think I would like to encourage the journalists to pay keen attention to these stories, because if you're looking for such kinds of stories, you'll also get them in the migration field. Um, One of the things I do train journalists on how to access migration stories, especially in the settlements. One of the things that you will notice about the migration story is how protected it is. And while it's protected, as journalists, I think for me over the years, one of the things that would be great is for you to make networks that help you get that story. I think one of the things I've seen is how we zoom in and out of the migration story. And I will talk about Uganda especially, where journalists will always want the story of numbers. But I must encourage us as practitioners that the journalism story is not just about how many have come and even the language we use. I've seen people use language that actually is not very fair. Uh, You need to be able to know the language to use when we are reporting on migration. But most importantly, let's also remember that beyond the numbers that come through, there's a lot more stories in there. For example, I was in Shiriandongo training journalists, and one of the things that caught my attention is that they are so close to the settlement. I'm talking about the refugee settlement, but they've never been there to get the stories on migration. All they know to report on is how many have arrived, and that story is normally controlled by OPM. And so we must learn to tag ourselves in for sustainability. That is, as you said, we must learn to tag ourselves to the networks that will give us the right story. And I think we need to push through beyond the newsroom, classroom. We should also push through to the practice, because for you to get the right migration story, you must be able to work with the practitioners. And some of the best stories I've written around migration are not on arrival. They are stories after somebody has rebuilt their life and they can now talk about what they went through. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take two more before I can answer. Q number 2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Professor, for that keynote presentation. I'm John Saka from Malawi. I come from chemistry background, and therefore I will draw some analogies. We wish to have experts or individuals who can lead appropriate or quality reporting on migration within Africa and beyond. And therefore, I am at pains that an individual must move out of the world. And yet, each person is a composite of various influences. And therefore, what would you consider to be a best or optimum combination of being indigenous Africa, but appreciating also that you are in the global world? Because otherwise, it becomes very difficult to report efficiently, effectively, and to the best of one's ability. Here we are, given this project. How do you see the evolution to making sure that the professional is of a top quality or a caliber desirable for the 22nd century? Thank you very much.
3.
My name is Ngozi Omojuni Kombi from the University of Port Harcourt in Nigeria. Let me start by appreciating Prof for that wonderful lecture. I just need a little bit clarification. In your concluding remarks, you talked about us moving over the 5 W's and 1 H. And I know as a student, we are taught that when you're writing, you should consider the 5 W's and 1 H. We are like singing with that. And as a lecturer, I also teach my students how to make good use of the 5 W's and 1 H when you're writing. And here you're telling us that we need to move over these 5 W's and 1 H. So I want to find out from you, sir, where do we move to? We're here to learn. And I believe that by the time you explain further, I will really understand what you meant by that. Thank you, sir.
Can I just answer those 3 before the set? The first person has the privilege of doing 2 in 1. A journalist in the classroom and also in the industry. You talk about the use of language, and you listen to my presentation. I was saying that the mother tongue should be part of our observation and our plan to report reporting, migration reporting. But I have a small question for you since you are on both. When they send students to you for practical, do you really train them, or you send them to go and buy bread for you, or peanut, or granite, and at the end of the day, you give them school good report? No, honest confessional, true disclosure. What do you do? Dean or HOD School of Journalism, do you experience that one? We experience that one in our place. Okay, go ahead, my dear sister. What do you do? Do you train them or just send them out to go and buy biscuits and so on and so forth? And you write good report to the come to the media, the school.
Not really, but what we do normally is to actually expose them to the realities on the ground. Send them, discuss these stories after, and say, okay, so what do you think about this story? Do you think you did the best in getting all the facts? Did you reach out to all the people? Do you think that because we work normally with forced migrants, we also ask them, do you think you got this story from this person when they were in their right full senses, they were calm? Because we think that sometimes the best story is good after certain stages of working with this person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I go to the second take, my friend from chemistry. And I think there's what you call media convergence. So you are not anywhere bad, you are doing well. But to answer your question, if you listen to point of number 5 in my presentation, which is related to the third question, so I say we must go beyond the inverted pyramid structure. The 5 W's: who, what, why, when, and how in migration reporting. The reason for that one is people are not well disposed in reading migration reporting. They are more interested in reading political communication, sex scandal, fraud, kidnapping, terrorism, and many other ones. So, in trying to go beyond inverted pyramid structure, I say that you must try to create Africanness in your reportage. You must coordinate Africa identity in your story. You must see that you humanize your story. That is to say, writing from the point of view of angle, from the human angle, human element, which we create not only awareness, but interest into a reportage so that people can read it. Thank you. I think I've combined 2 and 3 together. Can we take another set? Last, okay. Question 4.
Thank you so much, Professor. My name is Frank Obonyo. I teach at the School of Journalism here, but also a PhD student. My question is, reporters who go to the newsrooms certainly pass through universities and other institutions of learning. Do you think it is something proper, and how can universities put emphasis on teaching this area, how to report migration? Because you'll find us giving emphasis maybe on health, we give emphasis on political journalism, but migration stories will be with us here forever, so long as human beings are there. So do you think it is a good idea, something that the universities, academia can pick up and also include in the curriculum? Thank you.
Next one.
Thank you, Brother Raf. My name is Khalif. I'm the chairman, African Refugee Diaspora in Uganda. So why don't you focus the mass communication journalist by human trafficking? Human trafficking, migration. So the Somalis, every week we miss 20, minimum 20 from Kenya, from Kampala, taken from all the borders illegally passing. And they reach Libyan desert, and Libya and Malaysia, they have a camp, they arrested there, they tortured, and they send a film to their dear parents, and they recommend, and they ask those people, demand 25,000 per head, US dollar. So they are not focusing in journalists those issues. They can make a documentary from refugee camp in Kenya, here in Kampala, through South Sudan, then the desert. They are torturing. And European Union, they are patrolling the Mediterranean, the ships. Those people, when they reach Mediterranean, already they reach. So we are missing minimum 20 youth by deceiving traffickers. It's starting here. Right now, I'm talking to you. There's a hotels in Kampala. Already the people they're deceiving from Kenya, from Kampala, they are there. During the midnight, they are passing here. And you are not focusing with the journalists. Just they are normal news, you're releasing normal news. And this is the serious. This is the serious issue. If you fail to pay 90 days, 25,000 US dollar, they remove the organs. There's a doctor who rotated in the desert Libya, was a Caesars, everything is the auction. If you fail to pay 25,000 US dollar, they auction. How many this guy? 20 years old. 10,000, 20,000, 8,000, they took. So we have to focus this issue and make documentary and make the reports, real reports. Not the normal news every day. You are newsroom. You are sitting and say the here president there is it's a disaster, flooding. No, thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you. Next one. That's all. Thank you. Let me start with Q number 4, the PhD student who is also a teacher. That's why I said there's a need for both the newsroom and the classroom to work together. And I think in Uganda, it's maybe the same thing. In Nigeria, in the immediate past, the classrooms were way ahead of the newsroom in terms of equipment and practice. But this has changed tremendously. That the classrooms, that's you in the classroom, far behind the newsroom. Because owners of gay schools are not many times well disposed to buy equipment and other because they're capital intensive, you know that one. The proprietors do not understand that you need money to make money. And I said that dichotomy between the classroom and the newsroom, where newsrooms are now way ahead of us, it is not acceptable. So I suggest that the lecturers should go and take their sabbatical, go to the newsroom, and spend your 1 year sabbatical. I did that when I was in Nigerian Concord newspapers and that. And vice versa. Madam, the industry, they are unwilling to come to the classroom because of what? Because of payment. Cannot pay them what they're getting over there. So there's a need for synergy between the industry people and the classroom people. At the end of the day, when you train your student and they go to the industry many times have to retrain them. This is not acceptable to us as just educators. You must train them to be point-to-point discovery in terms of what they need to know about migration reporting. That takes me to number 2. I alluded to your concern here. I said reporting immigration, my brother. I said it's a high-risk adventure, which may, if not properly taken care of, may lead to misadventure. particularly the issue of border transfer and movement of people. The issue of living green, going to green pasture. So sometimes they are not in green anymore in the pasture. So the last part of my presentation was, I said, individual self-determinism. Do you want to go on this high-risk venture? Do you want to adhere strictly to your professional ethics? Do you ask for or demand for and receive gratification in terms of what they call brown envelope? To the extent in African countries, they have given brown envelope so many names. It's not giving you money again. The envelope is no longer brown. It can be white or green or multiple or red or infrared. And in J school, okay, you tell a student not to receive gratification in your ethics mass 101. When they leave this campus, they don't remember what you told them. Yeah? So there's a need for constant training for the journalists and the students. I did a roundtable conference supported by UNESCO, bridging the gap between classroom and newsroom. I brought professors, lecturers in universities. I brought editors and also owners of the media houses. It was stormy. The idea of what to teach them in the classroom sometimes will fade away as soon as they leave this gate because of contaminant variables. Man must eat, man must work. And you say ethics. Thou shalt not receive brown envelope. But they go there and receive brown envelope. They bought that transfer. That's even more risky than taking people to the islands. I also want to argue that this media convergence is important, but you cannot give what you don't have. In the newsroom, some graduates of English, political science, others are appointed and put over and above your J student. That is not the deal. The owner has influence. You just bring somebody who studies geology. You can't be the editor. And those who are trained, they will complain. But because the hand of the giver shall always be on the top. And sometimes they mess the reportage. I also want to add this issue of Africanness in our curricula. I don't know whether you have courses like Reporting Africa, African Communication Systems, African Drums. Because we have been communicating before this came from Europe and everywhere. So we should encourage our students to practice, and also the journalists should also come to the classroom. Not mind how much they're going to pay you, because at the end of the day, we are working together. We are all stakeholders. Because a journalist is a trustee of the public trust. And acceptance of anything less than that is a betrayal of that trustship. I'm a graduate of the First World Journalism School at the University of Missouri, Columbia. We are taught, and in my Mass 101, when I want to involve my student for this profession, I always tell them, please listen. I said journalists will still continue to communicate in heaven, because in heaven, there will not be any need for policemen and policemen, because people will be orderly. I said in heaven, there will not be any need for custom and excise. I said in heaven, there will not be any need for lawyers or magistrates, because everyone will be orderly. I said in heaven there will not be any need for custom and exile because there will be free movement, data transfer from the southern part and northern part of heaven. I said in heaven there will not be any need for politicians, either politics without bitterness or politics with blackness. But I said in heaven that we need for communicators and journalists. Why? Because the people living in the northern part of heaven, we want to know what happened to their counterpart, the southern part of heaven. The people living in the eastern heaven, we want to know what happened to their counterpart in the South Africa, in the southern part of heaven. So that is analogy, a typology that we should put into a student when you train them. And if you are looking for money, don't come into journalism profession. There's no money there, but you have reputation. You try to clean up the place. And our work, daily work, custom, is very deadly sometimes, especially with the politicians. Very deadly, but you have to unchange yourself from this rubbish by the politicians. I don't know about Uganda here. In Nigeria, our politicians do not tell the truth to the journalists. Many of them fluctuate like Naira. They fluctuate like Naira. Many of them have different faces. One face when they see the journalist, another face when they see the governor, another face when they see the president. And they continue to tell you they are partner in progress. How can we be partner in progress? When you, as a politician, you are trying to uncover, you are trying to cover up your deal. And me, Ogaji teacher, I said you should uncover. Journalists try to uncover. So when I'm trying to conceal, and you are going to uncover, we cannot be friends, right? Politicians are trying to cover up. Our own is to uncover. We cannot be friends, but by submitting, we can still be loyal opponents. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Akinfeleye Raf, for your submission and for the revelation that in heaven communicators are needed. The Bible only talks about pianists and musicians. Maybe we can make that addition. Thank you very much. Okay, so next on stage we have Dr. Michelle Leroy and Professor Suzanne Fingler to give us an overview about the CoMMPASS project as we also prepare the next panel, whose chair is Mr. Gerard Businge. After, okay, so it's Michelle coming on. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's very good to see you all here for the closing conference of this 3-year project, the CoMMPASS project. So we thought it would be useful to start the conference with a brief overview of what we have done so far, what we have achieved so far, so that we can discuss that further on and just have a look back. So I will try to be brief because we are a little bit late already, but you see the transition with what Professor Ralph just said, and I would like to insist on what he told about Africanness, because it's really the backbone of the CoMMPASS project. So the agenda for this brief presentation will be to give you an overview of the project, the timeline we had during these 3 years. It was really a Pan-African journey, and I would like to insist on that dimension, which is really important. How we get there, how we manage to work together with different institutions, with different backgrounds, with different languages, and what our outcomes have been so far, and also challenges that we'll have the ability to discuss during these 5 days. So we use CoMMPASS as the title of the project, and it stands for Communicating Migration and Mobility, E-Learning Programs and Newsroom Application for Sub-Saharan Africa. A very complicated term, but it's a very simple concept. The concept was to create from scratch an online course on migration done by African scholars on African migration. So really rooted on the local realities, as you mentioned, because we do think it's key for a real empowerment of journalism students and journalism practitioners. So to do that, that's an Erasmus Plus project. So it has been co-founded by the European Union, and at the core of the project is a consortium of different universities. You got that on the posters, you got that on the slide here. So I'm representing, and together with Frau Fengler, Professor Fengler, the University of Dortmund in Germany, and we work together with another university, another European university, ISCTE from Lisbon, Portugal, and we work with different university. I will not elaborate on that. We have talked about largely about the different partners of the project, so Makerere University, UCU, Thomas Sankara University in Burkina Faso, Joseph Kizabo University in Burkina Faso, and from Malawi, MUBUS and the University of Livingstonia. So it's a very diverse, let's say, landscape of higher education institutions from different countries, from different backgrounds, from different sizes. And we work together with so-called associated partners. So we have the European Journalism Training Association, the African Media Initiative, the Media Challenge Initiative, UNESCO as well, because the course was based on a global handbook on reporting, migration and mobility that TU Dortmund, that the Erich Bose Institute has produced together with UNESCO and with various partners a couple of years ago, and which is available for free on the UNESCO website, and also the World Journalism Educator Council, as we mentioned previously. So I mentioned the fact that it was a course, an online course. It's a self-paced course, which means that all the attendees could attend at any time, anywhere, from anywhere, depending on their connectivity, on their availability of electricity. So that's something that was really important. And once again, that's something that is rooted in the African realities, because in some countries, this can be issues. And here, I don't know if you can read it straightforwardly, but it gives you the idea of the different modules that we had. So we started with the basics on migrations, African movements of population, remittances, ethical high quality coverage, diaspora and development issues. So it covers a large spectrum of different issues, and all these different modules were totally designed and implemented by the African partners. So we use all the multimedia devices, for example, videos with African experts, African journalists, African colleagues, and it was like a real life training that we provided. And for those who attended all the modules and completed all the tasks, at the end of the day, they received an international certificate signed by all the stakeholders. So to make it brief, let's have a look on the timeline. So it was a 3-year project. It's almost completed now. It's started in April 2023 with the official launch of the project. We went in Kampala as soon as June to have the first intermediate meeting. We had a couple of presentation submission to different conferences, international conferences, both in Africa, in Europe, and elsewhere. I mentioned the East African Communication Association. I mentioned the African Humanities Association. There was also the Media and Learning conference in Belgium. So all the most prominent conferences we attended, and we presented this project. We were together with Zuhura from the University of Dar es Salaam at the e-Learning Africa conference last year, and there were a couple of other conferences. We'll try to present the outcomes in various conferences very soon. There will be publication as well. So it was really an extensive program. The course itself started in June 2024 when we had the completion of the 14 modules in English, and we had a first test phase to just taste it with the first learners to see what we had to improve and how it was assessed by the ones who were about to learn from this. And we learned a lot from their experience. And then we had the first cohort in May last year, and a second cohort which started in October, and actually this week is the last week of the second cohort. So people online and maybe people in the room actually are now in the process of finishing this course. So this has really been a Pan-African journey. As I mentioned, we started with 6 African partners, and with the different phases, we now have all these different partners with a lot of different flags, just to give you an idea, plus the list of the countries involved. What I forget to mention is that we provided this course in 4 different languages: English, French, Portuguese, and Kiswahili. So there was a wide range of different countries and different capabilities, and it covers, you see the map, all the countries in green are covered, or there's somebody there who followed the course. That's for Africa, but apart from Africa, there were people from, I don't know, Brazil, Japan, France, or elsewhere, Switzerland, who also followed the course, mostly from the diaspora, but not only from the diaspora. So many people from various countries following the course. So at the very beginning of the project, 3 African countries and 6 different higher education institutions. During the first cohort, 12 African countries and 18 partner universities. And now, at the end of the project, 28 African countries and 37. So it's a real network, a real institutional network. Thank you for them. That existed, and not only existed, it does exist. You know, there's beyond this project, there are bonds that still exist, and connections and friendships and collaboration, and that's a work in progress. So just to give you a very brief outlook on the first outcomes, it's still work in progress, because as I say, the second cohort is still working on this, but for the overall, we had 2,357 enrolled attendees. The one who completed the course are 985, and we had to have a look very straightforwardly on the difference between those who were enrolled and those who actually genuinely attended the course. We had a proportion of women of 50%, exactly 50%. We did not try to reach this exact balance, but we managed to reach it. And the students are almost 62%, which means 38% are acting journalists, professional journalists, even if it's complicated to have these figures because many students already work in the industry. What is important, and we had an article in the former, the Media Development Symposium Review, which was published at the end of last year. It's that beyond its pedagogical reach, the project also resonates with the global debate on how to sustain free and reliable information ecosystems, and Professor Ralph insisted on that, and that's really, once again, at the backbone of the project. That's the last slide, just to give you some ideas. We already discussed, and we already ideas pop up of some of the challenges that we have to face, and we need to find not maybe answers, but tracks or a path for explaining that. It's to explore what we call the dropout figures, the one that were enrolled and that did not attend the course at the end of the day. The learning and competencies validation, what we called micro credentials, or how we can, make these new skills, new competencies validated institutionally, not only by an international certificate, but internally by all the national accrediting body, or all the one that have the ability to validate these competencies. And also a very important dimension, how can we go beyond the network that we have aggregated during these 3 years of the project. So I won't be too long. Thank you very much indeed for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the discussions. And sorry, you got a 1 page, a 2 page actually, draft that is available on the table over there if you want to know more about what we have done so far and what we have achieved.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michel, for keeping within the time. 15 minutes. Exactly. Thank you very much. But also to add that you're physical here, so if anyone has any further consultations, they can reach out to you. Okay, so to take us into the validation and acceptance, we start off with this panel chaired by Mr. Gerard Businge. Please, Mr. Gerard, step up as you come. I would like to request one of the ushers to please come and organize this table. I think we need to have these flowers somewhere off such that we can be able to see the panelists. Thank you very much. So Mr. Gerard Businge is the Chief Executive Officer of Ultimate Media Consults Uganda, which is basically dealing in digital and multimedia communication products and consultancy. Mr. Gerard, you're very welcome. You want me to let you introduce your panelists?
Thank you, Dr. Fred. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's a pleasure to start off this panel after these very interesting sessions. The panel discussion we are having, we have 3 very distinguished people. I'll begin with the Arinitwe Hannah, who is an award-winning solutions journalist and founder of Art for Change, a transformative movement enhancing art and storytelling, and also an active journalist. Please join us here. We also have Antonio Kisembo, who is the co-founder of Media Challenge Initiative, one of the premier media organizations in Uganda, an active media trainer and consultant. Join us. For this panel, we also have Abbas Mpindi, who is the CEO at Media Challenge Initiative, who has for many years built platforms for young journalists and innovators to deploy solutions journalism in shaping Africa's narrative. Thank you for joining us, Abbas. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are very aware that we are sitting and we are going to stand between you and lunch. In this panel, we have had a small change. We've agreed we're supposed to do presentations. These three distinguished panelists are from the same organization. So we had a discussion and agreed that they make one presentation, and it will be delivered by Antonio Kisembo on agreement. But Antonio, before I invite you, allow me to inform our colleagues that this panel is exploring strategies to enhance the quality, visibility, and institutional acceptance of online teaching with a focus on what universities and regulators can do to strengthen its legitimacy. We have been told that by the very honorable professor here that we need to increase relevant teaching of both immigration issues, but also other relevant issues that are happening. And that means that for us as academic institutions, we put up courses that can teach both new students, but also those that are already practicing. And these panelists are here, who are very experienced in the industry, and they are always working with students and universities, so they are at the intersection of practice and industry and academia. So Antonio, you're welcome to lead us in the first presentation, this presentation.
Thank you, Gerard Businge, for that warm introduction. My name is Antonio Kisembo. I work with the Media Challenge Initiative. Gerard Businge was my teacher, my boss, and I have two of my bosses there. So I'm going to try to make sure that I don't do any mistake so that I'm not fired, you know? So in the interest of time, thank you, Prof, for sharing. Prof talked about journalists in heaven, and I kept imagining whether I would be a chief editor or there are trainers there as well. So but the presentation that I'm going to do is taking online teaching further. I'm just going to share a few things that from my experience, but also working in this industry. So the question that I want to start with, why this conversation matters, very important. And we know that online teaching is now a core model of learning. I think COVID made this even much better. So we get to realize that it's not an option anymore. But because of it expands access, flexibility, and inclusion. You have an opportunity to study anywhere. But also, when you look at, for example, in Uganda, specifically Africa, quality exists, but recognition is still lagging. And I believe these are some of the things that we'll be discussing on a panel. Because sometimes when you ask, someone asks you, which course did you do? And you either mention I did journalism online. Someone will end up asking online, not physical. So recognition of is still lacking. Institutions still treat this as secondary. We see that not so many institutions have embraced online learning. So it's still, should we embrace it fully? Should it be the thing? We're still having such a discussion. But from my own perspective as a digital trainer, online teaching is more than recorded lectures. So if we still believe that you need to have lectures recorded and leave them there for students, I think it's more than that. And also it requires careful design and planning, looking at each and everything that is going to be studied by the student, the formats that will help students engage with the content that exists. Engagement must be intentional, very important. Because when just upload content and you don't think about how the students are going to engage with the content that you have put up, it leaves a question, and also learning may not take place. Assessment and presence matter more online. Presence, I'll be talking about presence in the next slide. It's also very important that sometimes when we upload content, we think that everything is done. The students should be there and do self-teaching. But presence is also important, especially around how do you assess them, how do you get to engage with your learners. What quality online teaching looks like. It's very important to think about clear weekly structure. If you are engaging with your participants on weekly basis, how is the structure for your content? It's very important. Short focused content, very, very key, because it helps the learners to adjust, learn more, and also interact with the content. Ledger interaction, like I did mention, that presence is very important. How do you interact? Are there systems that you have put in place for the students to interact with you, either using different platforms that will help that interaction to happen? Define learning outcomes for each and every session to help the learners understand what they are learning online or what they are getting. Timely feedback is also very, very important, because if we don't give timely feedback, we may not be able to understand whether the content that the students are getting is on point or not. But also this feedback can be shared in different ways. And also the methodologies that work online, or these, like when you look at the course that has been put online, where do we have blended asynchronous and synchronous learning to enable? When do we have active participation by students? When do they do their work alone? Task-based learning, all these help in making sure that the content that is online is being obtained, understood, and being able to be used by the participants. Micro-learning approaches, where you have students making different formats of learning in a short, either short videos, could be audio messages, could be infographics. That will help the participants or the students learn and engage with the content. And these are some of the practical engagement tasks. Do you have weekly reflections within your course, within the course that you have put up? Case studies that are linked to real issues, real scenarios that help the participants understand the message that you are putting across. Group work via other shared tools, could be Zoom, could be WhatsApp, could be all these tools that exist that enable the participants understand. Audio and visual responses, then and I also have peer feedback activities that enable learners to appreciate each other much more. The instructor presence is critical. I talked about this. Where you have, you can do weekly check-ins, active discussion, participation, using student names, for example, to just check in to see how practical they are following what they are studying. Career availability and response timelines, very important. In terms of assessment, it's important to think about the application-based exams, projects and portfolios that enable students practice what they have been learning through either putting out a project, working on portfolios, but also oral and recorded presentations where you'll have to task them either to record themselves after learning so that you get to understand whether they picked all the lessons in a given session. Continuous assessment to enable that learning is taking place. So what do universities must do? Recognize online teaching as a skill. I know during COVID time, most trainers were told to start online learning without even getting an opportunity to be trained, to be retooled. So it was a bit of a challenge. So recognizing online teaching as a skill so that the participants who are the trainers in this case, understand and are able to train our participants, our students very well. Train and certify instructors, very important, so that we can have this online learning run smoothly. Include online teaching in promotions, so that it's not only seen as a by the way, but as something that we are taking as serious as universities, as institutions of learning. And then support instructional design. Then for the regulators, what they are, of course, fond of defining quality standards. What should do online learning entail? How do we then create online programs? All these are very important, but also looking at recognized online content in terms of the structure that has been put and the standards for such learning. Then support innovations, like we have this CoMMPASS project. It's very important for policy regulators to be able to support such projects so that online learning as it should. Then shifting the mindset, online learning should be looked at as a strategy, not temporarily, not something that has come in place and we don't incorporate it in our training processes. Teaching as experience design, very important, and professionalizing online educators or instructors. And as I conclude on online teaching already works. We have seen, for example, Michelle here shared how the participants are engaging with a course online. But what is important is that institutions and systems must not match practice with policy and recognition. It's very important to think about the systems and how they match the practice with policy and recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening. I want to ask to join the panel for.
Thank you very much, Antonio. We can give him another round of applause. What I've heard, you've clearly said that quality online teaching is not accidental, it is designed. And I want to believe this CoMMPASS project is one of those initiatives that have shown us that we as trainers can take up the mantle and design a course, plan it, and ensure that it is working for the learning needs of people anytime and anywhere they are. Now, I will, I think, start with the lady here. No, Antonio first. Do you practically have any qualification that you have earned online, and what has been your experience?
Oh, I think I have quite a number. I have been part of a number of online trainings that have been certified, and the experience has been awesome. The trainings that have been part have been 2 months, weeks. So the experience there has been more of a lot of engagement with instructors compared to one that you do for a longer period of time, which sometimes may require self-taught lessons you as an individual. But as me, I have had an opportunity to be part of quite a number of trainings, but also train online. So the experience has been good. I cannot say it has been bad. Although there are challenges, definitely were things to do with internet. So you need to be online, maybe quite a number of hours that you are required, especially when you are required to submit assignments. So if you are required to submit assignment and don't have data that you need, it might be a little bit tricky. But also the kind of assignments that were given then during the courses that I was doing, where you have more time to do them, which is different from when you're doing a physical learning. Whereas the physical learning may be given 2 weeks, here we're given more time to work on the assignments, then upload these assignments, and the assignment had to be looked in and checked in by the instructor, and they are able to provide feedback at the end of the day. So it's true, I've had an experience and I've been certified in different areas.
Thank you. You also said quality exists. Of course, there is design, presence, assessments that matter. You have also said recognition is lagging, is one of the key issues. As of course, also universities and regulators, you are saying, must respond. So to you, Hannah, what element from what Antonio has described again from experience as an organization and engaged among structure, presence, assessment, and engagement is most misunderstood by institutions of learning?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is it on? Thank you very much. Maybe before I get into the element, um, seated on this panel, I was a student that got an opportunity to be to get access to online training in my university because COVID-19 had just hit, and I was in my first year, and Makerere University had just started implementing the Muwele system, which was an online training and learning system. That was the first time I interacted with online training. I also got an opportunity to be trained internationally. No, I didn't catch a flight to go to the UK, but I was able to access the CNN Academy training for journalism, where I got access to storytelling training, digital literacy, and the likes. One of the biggest worries that many institutions have when it comes to online training is the presence of students. There is no assurance, ideal assurance, that a student is understanding or learning from these platforms. The institutions also have a worry that some of the teachers and the trainers and instructors assume that some of these lecturers are not present, fully present to interact with the students. So these two worries and elements, I think, have been the biggest worries that institutions carry. But in my experience, I would rather argue differently. I feel like online training, online learning, e-learning actually requires both the student and the trainer and the lecturer to be even more interactive with a student, because you can only gauge how much somebody has learned or how much somebody has taught based off how much they have covered on an e-platform. These days, the e-learning has very interactive videos, articles, and you cannot promote yourself to the next level if you've not genuinely finished the first level that you're on. So such worry elements on both sides of a trainer and a student are valid. But I think with the rise of AI now in the education system, this should not be an element of worry anymore.
Thank you. It's good to hear from one who has experienced it from the other side. Abbas, you are a goat in capacity building for young people.
Like a goat as an insult.
So in your experience,
A goat.
I think you agree, those who know this gentleman, that he's doing a lot in empowering young people with the relevant skills to be able to be great practitioners. So in your experience, Abbas, where do universities still treat online teaching as lighter work other than professional practice?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. For those coming from the different parts of Africa, you're very welcome to Uganda. Or yes, for those coming from Germany and other parts of Europe, you're also very welcome. Congratulations on this project. It's good to be here. My experience with online teaching dates to my master's program. I did a whole master's program in international development online for 2 years, and before even COVID happened. So I can attest to like what sort of like student you need to be able to commit to online education before even it became very trendy, as we say now. when we were asked to come and share experience on this topic, two things got my attention. One is how to take online teaching and its recognition further. And then in there, there was an issue of visibility and institutional acceptance. So which presupposes that there is a challenge of visibility and a challenge of acceptance. And so that comes into, the challenge of like, are we marketing enough? Are we talking to the right people enough for them to believe? And as the media is struggling with the issue of public trust and public belief, it's the same thing with online teaching. We have a long hangover of physical education and physical classes. We want to be there in person. So shifting our audiences to online education is going to take some really investment into changing the mindset, as Antonio shared, but also
Since you're a solutions man, what should we do?
yeah, we're getting there. So so now you've interrupted my trend of thoughts, my friend. So the visibility component for me is really important. So one quick example, one quick solution is we have to change the language we use to define online education. We always say alternative education. We always say the option to actual education. We always say distance learning. And each and every frame of this concept has been developed to show it as the option. And so think about this. You're a typical Ugandan parent. You've never been to any online thing. And now you are hearing like an option. It's not the real thing. In Uganda, you have this saying where chikolanga samona. It works like this other lotion, but it's not the lotion, right? So that language shifting, and that goes into marketing and visibility of how we build. It can't be the course and the content and the lecturers are legitimate. What we need to be able to twist is the belief of the people to say, yes, my child will go into that course, and they will. And then the other part is on, like Antonio talked about, the end for me justifies the means. What gets out in terms of, I can tell you that my master's, I have two masters. My master's program, which was in Makerere, no one questions it. But the moment I talk about my online masters, everyone says, where did you get that? Even in like professional settings, even with people who have, gone through, like, know about online education, they will somehow question it, which means there's still a certain level of stigma that we need to deal with. And that's the culture shift that I wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I'll do one round, then I come to you, colleagues. Antonio, why do you think, why do promotions and appraisal systems still struggle to value online teaching to the extent that even in government, like Abbas is saying, in all these institutions, there doesn't seem to be good recognition? How do we move from acceptance to real recognition?
I think we talk about online learning, like we are here talking about it, but we have not been deliberate as policymakers, as government institutions to show direction, that this is the direction that we are taking as a government, as a policymaker, so that when you take this direction and say you can do online or physical, and it's known out there, the appreciation is going to be much better. Someone will have an option, so even if I do online, my degree is going to be appreciated and is going to be accepted. But in circumstances where you still have people who think that when you are done online, it's not credible, there are issues of cheating, that the assessment was not done right, the presence and in terms of interaction with the instructor was not enough. So it becomes a problem. But if it's a matter of policy that has been put on table for a student to just decide, then you'll have more appreciation of online, and because of its flexibility, because of the that opportunity it provides that you can study from anywhere. So the appreciation will be even much more that you'll find more people going online, and even our parents will be appreciative of this compared to just an option that exists. So it's not just an option, if it is, yes, take this, it's graded as the same way as a physical class, that would help so much. That's what I think it would really help in terms of appreciation and understanding that these both can work, and people can be qualified in different areas.
Okay, thank you. Hannah, as a recent beneficiary of or participant in online learning, in your experience, what more can institutions do to help, first of all, to make sure that the learning gap, if there is, between online and physical is minimized, and that everybody feels they are getting the same kind of education?
In my experience, the only reason as to why as a student we got access to e-learning, online learning, is because we were in a crisis. It was COVID-19, there was a shutdown, and it was looked at as an alternative. But if academic institutions want to take the online route very seriously, of course, because of its benefits, then it should, like they've already shared, it should no longer be looked at as an alternative, but as a solid part of the educational system. That if you want to graduate, if you want to get on to the next level, you must still be able to accomplish certain tasks on the online platform. Of course, there will be a lot of resistance. Even back then, there was still a lot of resistance in understanding and accepting of the system. But, you know, one of the things that traditional academic institutions thrive on is setting the rules and following the rules. And once there are set rules, I mean, nobody has an option to go behind the back door and bypass those rules. So if the institutions really want to take this seriously, look at it as a factual, not as a factual, but as part of a system that you must go through in order to move on to the next level. But also to cut down on the tendencies of wanting to fix that traditional template and then you want to copy and paste it onto an online platform. That is also another big challenge, that if they really want to take this seriously, they must create online e-learning platforms that work for that kind of education, but not just copying what has been done in the normal learning system and then pasting it on the other side, on the other template. So I really look forward to seeing the different academic institutions take it seriously, especially for media and journalism. You know, we're living in a very global world, and some of us have gotten opportunities to learn beyond what you would normally learn in a mainstream classroom, because we have access to different mentors, different trainings internationally, and seeing how to apply them in our normal Ugandan context.
Thank you, thank you. Abbas, back to you. You're a very good example. You've done a whole master's online, but as you said, you acknowledged from even the presentations, there's still that struggle of recognition. As we know that education has regulators, has people who, you know, put regulations and policies for this industry. What kind of evidence, in your view, would be needed to present to these policymakers to convince them that online learning is as worthy as usual physical learning?
I think, I mean, before we present evidence, we also need to be very kind to at what point, like Hannah says, at what point do we get to say online teaching is now being adopted? Before that, the crisis falls, COVID, and then all the institutions, begin to adopt this. And so there are very many lessons that we can draw from that period to now to show evidence of students who have gone through online studies and can, also show the skill sets that they have, right? And so the reason why I'm saying we have to be kind, because we might be hurrying to be just ahead, and yet it's just been very few years. And so therefore the progresses that we've made so far. So a good example is this project and the progress that Michelle was, showing us. How do we get this evidence and turn it into documentation that can be shared with universities and policymakers in the education system? So, and then the other thing for me has, like, we can talk about the people who are like policymakers, but let's talk about what can be done at an institutional level, like here at the university. So I know that there is now more push for blended, both blending both online and physical learning. And in there, one of the things that has still is a missing link, which Antonio highlighted, is that the presentation skills of someone who trains online are really different from anyone that is in physical space. So the level of interactivity you need, and that might be different from, let's say, videos uploaded, but even the video skill set to present is totally different. So there's need to power our trainers and educators with those skills. Programs like this, I think what should be prioritized is also to make sure that the capacity of the trainers to not only just say, oh, I've presented, here is my content, but they are able to deliver. And then finally, around that, which is what I want to share from our perspective at Media Challenge Initiative, is that we have a fellowship program for 26 young journalists every year. In there now, it will be a requirement that our fellows also attend certain online sessions, which can come from partner platforms that are not even ours. So an institution might not need to own platforms. They just need to create strategic partnerships and say, all our students go through this as part of like your graduation requirement, and students will go for it. And with time, you'll find that with a merge of blending and giving people different experiences, and also working on the language and working on the marketing and campaigning to push for awareness and advocacy, people become accepting, and online will be more recognized as well. So yeah.
Thank you very much. A hand of applause to our panel. Allow us to come to you. You are the practitioners. You are the one doing. Sometimes it's very good when you sit aside and want to analyze what others are doing. You are the one attempting to do. We are asking for recognition. We are asking for evidence. You remember that analogy of the chicken and the egg, what comes first? You as the practitioners who are attempting to do this online learning, can you share with us some examples of what you are doing in your universities, in your different institutions to ensure that online learning becomes better, but also is recognized as a good form of delivering education? As well as feel free to ask questions. I need some help to pass through a mic. There is already a hand here. Okay, there is a mic there. Professor here. We want to share some experiences as well as any questions you might have for the panelists here.
Okay, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. My name is Michael. I come from University of Maryland in the United States, and I'm also a research fellow at Central University, which is related to this project. Your panel presentation is quite enlightening. Um, the problems you're enumerating do not relate only to Uganda. Even in the United States, some universities are finding it difficult to adopt massive online courses. But I'd like to find out from all of us, let's go to this thought process. How many Ugandan Fortune 500 companies are asking us to develop training that will improve their workers from us? They are not coming to the university anymore because we're not useful. Okay, let me tell you, in the United States, there are $460 billion involved in corporate training. $1 billion. And who delivers those? The online guys, instructional designers, not Harvard. Nobody's going to Harvard. So all the Fortune 500 companies are getting guys like the ones sitting up there, developing the courses for them, and they run the thing in their own company. So the universities, we must look at that as a way, a wake-up call on how we can improve online learning. Let me give you an example. Instructional designers, we need to train them. Professors don't have the tools. I know that difficulties relate to data and maybe internet data, credibility from students. I myself, I just completed 10 courses in AI. So Google has something called AI Essentials and Prompting Like a Pro. There are 9 courses involved. And then I took 2 courses in Cisco, one called Modding AI and the other called Pen Testing. Now, when I put all these 11 courses on my LinkedIn account, I have received so far more than 15 emails from headhunters asking me for a job, to interview for a job. So they don't care about my qualification from the university in Ghana or Germany. That's not important to them. The badges from the online courses organized on Coursera are the ones they're looking for to hire. And they don't hire because you're in the United States. Actually, my LinkedIn account is linked to Ghana, but headhunters are emailing me. So it means that we need to look at this carefully. How can we, as scholars, think through this? If you haven't taken an online course before, then you can say that it's cheaper. It's a lesser quality if you haven't done one. But I have taken 11 in recent time, and I can tell you it requires more work than I would usually have sat in a classroom to do. And we need to talk about this to the regulators.
Thank you. Yes, Professor Juko.
Thank you very much. Mine is actually a question that goes to Mr. Abbas, but I think Anna and of course any one of you can respond to that. But let me first give it a context. Online learning, teaching and learning has been embraced, and like Mr. Abbas said, since COVID-19, universities were not left with any choice but to embrace blended learning. So we tried to navigate how to reach to our students that were scattered elsewhere. But I think online teaching and learning has worked well with postgraduate courses, masters and PhD, because these learners, they have already been introduced to the practical aspects face to face by their teachers. Now, I would like to know how the online teacher, Abbas, and other colleagues here, how do you navigate teaching? There are traditional, courses that we cannot do away with: radio production, TV production, photojournalism, multimedia production. All that requires practical hands-on and face-to-face for instructions. And in our world, in Africa, where we have less tools, as my colleague here has said, we have the challenges of equipment. We have even the challenges of teachers who teach practical skills. So the students, our students, increasingly share the little resources universities have. Now, the undergrad, the first student in year one at undergrad does not know, has never seen even a digital camera in their lives, particularly those who come from rural areas. Now you are there, you are teaching online, because some of the examples, we get them from YouTube videos. You download a YouTube video, or better yet, you yourself prepare a YouTube a video and give it to your class online. But these students, they don't have resources. In the US, I was also surprised to hear from him saying that they lack the tools. But I know the curriculum in Canada, when you are coming in, when you enroll in the journalism school, you are required to come with a camera, with a laptop. You have to have those ones before you are admitted to the university. You come with a digital camera and you come with a laptop. So they will provide the softwares and so on and so forth. But most importantly, how do they then access the practical skills without that much needed guidance from their tutors? Thank you very much. But I
Sure, they will
needed to
answer that.
start by thanking you for the brilliant presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Professor, as you get the mic, may you, in your comments, also help us to answer how can projects like CoMMPASS, this very one, help bridge the gap between practice and policy?
Okay, thank you. My name is Rav Akinfele, a professor of journalism and media studies. I have a question for all of you, all the panelists. The question is, in view of all the practicality, in view of all the developments in Africa, in view of the fact electricity orders are not constant in most of African countries, in your judgment, would you say online learning and in-person learning are co-equal? Are they co-equal? Especially when, what my sister said, the skilled work, the studio work, announcing they have to go on to the studio. How do you pay for that one? Are Africans not running too fast more than they can run? Why don't we concentrate our physical in-person learning and gradually build online, not in all courses. If you are graduate in mass comm or journalism, and you do your journalism training in online, and you are also coming to me do your journalism in person, I will take in person over and above online. So are they co-equal? Let us, on a very serious note.
Thank you very much. We shall take one more here, and then we return to the panelists. We are also time bad. One here.
Thank you.
A quick one.
Thank you so much for your presentation. One of you mentioned that online courses are not very valued. I would like to know, how can we overcome this stigma regarding the under-evaluation of these online courses? How can we change this negative perception? Thank you.
Thank you. There is someone who looks like a student, so that we are not accused of that they came here, they lecture in lecture rooms, they even came to a conference.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victoria Pony. Yes, I am a student and I'm pursuing bachelor's in nursing science. In my third year, I'm a UCU student. So thank you for the presentation. It was wonderful. I was passing by, then I saw the conference. I'm like, no, I have to come and attend in person. So I have few questions. When one of the panelists were talking, they said institutions should set rules and everyone must follow. No one should go behind and everything. And then they said, yeah, we should be taking it seriously. The academic institution should take it seriously. And I understand, yes, we have embraced online learning, but then the challenge is not, I don't think the challenge is institution. It's nationwide or globally, because right now we are doing online studies due to election issues. Then schools are opening on 10th, so we are doing online. But then you find that not everyone, not all our classmates are attending because of internet issues. You'll find someone is at home, they don't have internet, and then the lecturer will tell you, let's wait for everyone or almost half of the class to join. So I subscribe my data, and then I have to wait while it is checking. Internet is going. I am waiting for my colleagues to come. By the time my colleagues are coming, internet is telling me you have used 50% of your of your bundles. So now it's a challenge. And
I feel
Summarize. We have got the concern very valid.
yes, and then also, as the other professor was saying, not every course needs online learning. As I'm doing nursing, I don't need to do online learning mostly because I deal with people, I deal with patients. Every time I have to learn the skills when I'm around, when it's in person, so that when I'm dealing with the patients or with the people, with my clients, I put more empathy than just studying and passing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Back to our panelists. I think we start with Abbas.
yes. So I'm not going to. I'll just share my thought process around each and every. So, but maybe to start here, Professor Rolf, I don't think we have to really compare these two, online and online teaching and physical teaching. I think we can see them as complementary to each other in terms of what in our context and in our environment, whichever country you're coming from, you know the challenges you're facing, from power to internet issues. You are aware of those challenges. So how does online teaching then complement the mainstream teaching that we have all experienced over the many years? In this, also we have to think about the opportunities come with online teaching. For example, there are certain concepts that may require different level of expertise. For example, migration as a concept. Having a platform or having a space where you can go to find information that you won't necessarily find in a traditional lecture room, where there is a full focus on migration. If you're a young journalist who wants to grow to become a reporter in migration or a reporter in climate change, they may not get all that information in the class because you don't have a particular semester where you're focusing on migration, for example, or on AI. Having a platform where they can find those tools and that information curated for them really helps. And that's why I'm saying it should be seen as complementing and supplementing the other rather than comparing them. My colleague Antonio is a better trainer than I am, so he will talk about
Yes, Antonio, the practical skills.
Thank you so much, Professor. You talked about how then do we teach practical lessons online. I think there is technology that supports these processes. For example, if you think about immersive learning, so that the learner is fully involved in the actual learning. So the instructions given and this learner can try out things. So because of the advancement in technology, so you have a number of tools that would enable that. So all you need to do is to have clear instructions and steps how a learner will be able to access such a tool and they are involved in that immersive learning. Take an example of virtual reality, so where you have to understand. If you want to have a better understanding of this hall from from that door to this door, why not create virtual reality and somebody is able actually to see where it starts and where it ends. So the technology to be able to support the processes of learning and teaching practical subjects. And Professor Laf, are they equal? It's like my colleague did mention, Abbas. We're not necessarily looking for an alternative per se, but how can these two complement each other in learning so that we make learning easier and better? Thank you.
Thank you. Answer a pending question or answer to the question?
I will not repeat the whole complementary conversation. I think I'll just go straight to the question in regards to some of the challenges we face in Africa, in Uganda, in regards to internet and technology and the likes. I think this is why we are having conversations like this. We are looking at how to make the transition smoother for students, regardless of whichever part of the country you come from. So, of course, with the transition, there will always be challenges. But, like the other two panelists have shared, that technology has really become more advanced. I've been trained on an offline e-learning platform. So there are complementary platforms like those. So if institutions can also tap into some of the different designs they can get into, then even such offers are available. There are things like offline e-learning platforms, virtual reality. I feel like there are so many opportunities in the e-learning space that we can tap into. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. But just one, because we are concluding, what must change in universities? Each of you in one sentence strictly. What must change in African universities to ensure online learning is taken seriously?
I think perception, how we view online learning, and have better appreciation of online learning as a system that can be used to train students. I think if we change the perception, it will do us good.
Okay.
Give students internet so that and more internet. But you can give the students who are stay there points so that if they've spent their time waiting for other students to come, you give them points for appreciation for them to be able to.
Thank you, Abbas. Hannah?
I think for me, I'll just say I really look forward to seeing more institutions take time in the kind of designing in the time they take in designing e-platforms for their students, making sure that they are interactive and making sure that there is a two-way feedback communication style. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm sure you are aware this is a 5-day activity. This is the first discussion, but it's going to draw into other sessions, including evidence from what has been happening in campus. So please, let's continue this discussion. This is the start. But you have rightly raised the importance of engaging in e-learning so that we don't remain behind. You know, with every new thing, there are these challenges. You know, even before this light came, the candle people were making candles, struggled. They even urged women would be disadvantaged because of too much light. But also you have said clearly that e-learning is not a Midas touch. You know that legend about King Midas, who wanted something badly that he said everything, in this case, let's go online. He said he wanted everything he touches to be gold. And then he wanted to drink water, it turned into gold. He touched an apple, it turned into gold. He went to comfort his daughter, the daughter turned into gold until he collapsed himself out of frustration. So let's also not embrace, say e-learning must without looking at all other considerations. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Kakoza.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Busing. I stood here because I wanted to make a contribution in one line, but you were only focusing on your panel. But anyway, I'll make it anyway. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sitting through this panel. I think we have had a wonderful engagement. I want to give you a health break before we can get into the next session. So I want to ask Antonio, Mr. Antonio, to give us some yoga tips. Oh, yes, yoga exercise, and then we can sit into the next panel. Thereafter, we can have our lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Antonio, for allowing.
Let me see what let's stand up a bit so that how I wish we had some music so that I teach you some dance moves. Media, can we have some music? Is it possible? Yeah, let me look for the exact so that I teach simple dance moves. So do you have some? Play any. We will play any you have so that we use. So if let's try to, if you want to dance, you need to be a little bit fit. But do you have any song? Any song? Media. So you can be because you have been seated for some time. Be stretching so that when you start the move, you don't break. Okay. So you do what I do, eh? Then we change. Then. Like this going in front, eh? Go behind a bit. We go back. This side. In front, eh? Behind. This a bit. Turn on your. Yeah, continue. 360. We'll do a 360. Yeah. This. Try everything that I'm doing, eh? Yeah. Oh, go back, huh? Hey. Whoa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Antonio. I know Professor William has dusted his dancing skills. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the next panel. I would like to call the chair of this panel, Zuhra. Zuhura Seleman from the University of Dar es Salaam. Karibu. And this panel is purely going to be in Kiswahili. So as Zuhra takes her seat, would you like to introduce your panel?
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to the second panel. As I have been introduced, I'm Zuhura Selemani from the School of Journalism and Mass Communication of the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Hamjambo. Okay, so swimming through the keynote speech presented by Professor Roth, the African perspective have been covered in the CoMMPASS program. So welcome to this discussion, which will interrogate the importance of online courses and how the system benefit those who wants to excel through continuing professional development, CPD. And here you will observe that synergy that Professor Raff has just explained, the newsroom and the classroom. So what is the practice, the experience, and good stories that the discussants have regarding CPD and CoMMPASS? I would like to call upon Dr. Sarah Namusoga Kale, a lecturer from Makerere University at the Journalism and Communication Department. And then from Malawi, we have Dr. Kizito Kanyoma, who is coming from Malawi University of Business and Applied Sciences, MUBAS, and he's currently serving as the Executive Dean of the School of Education, Communication, and Media Studies, and previously he was the Dean of Commerce and Head of Business Administration. He's currently teaching media management to journalism students since 2007. From the West, I would like to invite Dr. Ngozi. Please excuse me, I will just introduce you as Dr. Ngozi Comfort. I will leave the other one. From the University of Port Harcourt, am I right? Okay, who is a senior lecturer at the Department of Journalism and Media Studies, Faculty of Communication and Media Studies at the university. And we also have another discussant from Tanzania who is not with us here physically, but he will actually present his point of view virtually. And now this is what CoMMPASS is doing. I would like to introduce Moses Mohamed Quindi, who is a seasoned journalist from Azam Media Group in Tanzania. And there he is. Moses, you're very welcome. So I would like to set the rules for the discussion. And Moses has, I know Moses is engaged in something, so he would be the first one to present his point of view. Okay. So every discussant will spend 10 minutes to present the ideas, and later on we will engage in discussion. Okay. Now, Moses, I would like to invite you. I know you're a practicing journalist for over 15 years. Please inform us how online learning, especially Kiswahili CoMMPASS program, has benefited or has brought impact to journalists in Tanzania. Karibu.
Asante sana Zuhura Selemani and the rest of the panelists. And also, I would like to thank very much the moderator when he teased that we are going to use Kiswahili in our discussion. Simply because we used the Kiswahili when we were studying the CoMMPASS course. Dr. Sarah Namusoga, yes, you once told me that you were never going to use Kiswahili, but I think today you are going to use it. Get to the point. Actually, it has been a very good experience for all the CoMMPASS students who ever participated in the course, and actually, it first and foremost enlightened us on how the issue of mobility is very sensitive, and we are reporting it, you can say, somehow negatively, because in most of aspects in Tanzania journalism, issue of mobility is just reported mainly depending on the source, which is police. So whenever and whatever police is saying, like, okay, we have like captured the refugees, and we are normally using the term refugees for whoever is just like being under police simply because he was just captured crossing the country, or we are mainly using the word refugees. And therefore, with the CoMMPASS cause, I have personally broadened up my understanding to the fact that first and foremost, there are several categories of people, like not all of them are refugees. There are those people who are like asylum seekers and the rest. And therefore, that's number one. Journalists in Tanzania have now starting to understand that not every international who is just crossing Tanzania, perhaps without visa, perhaps without other documents, is a refugee or is an asylum seeker. That's number one. Number two, the stories should never begin and end with the police, with just administration, with just authorities who are always telling us, like, we have captured these people and we'll be just like keeping them under our custody until they are just taken to the court. We as journalists, we are missing some important parts of the stories of these people. Whether they had valid documents or whatever, police are never saying it. Whenever they capture them, they just throw to us a story that they have just captured them, and then it ends there. We do not, perhaps it's not like we are not allowed, but we have never been proactive to go to authorities and question or ask more details regarding those foreigners who are captured by police.
Moses, if you would allow me, please. Moses, please, can you now share the CoMMPASS program? I know other media journalists have been enrolled in the program.
I haven't understood exactly what do you want, but yes.
The experience, the experience.
Yeah. Whether they are full-time employees or interns, we are both enrolled to the course and they pursue the course. However, from my experience, the course and the way it was set up, it wanted somebody to be very much dedicated to it, to put some efforts, because 14 weeks were enough. To me, it were enough. However, with some kind of being active in a daily routine of the office, to some of us, it was a little bit hectic. So, Zura, what exactly did you want?
Thank you. Now it's questioning the somebody who is asking question. So Moses, what we really want to hear from this conference is getting to know the process of CoMMPASS learning to the journalists, especially other media people.
Okay, The process actually was like very easy. We were sent a letter for confirmation from the HR office, and then who were interested, because what I did, I put an announcement to every department which is related technically with news and current affairs, and those who were interested shown up their interest and then were enrolled into the course. But as I mentioned before, because of the data routine, so some of the journalists were just like traveling much, and then it was a little bit tricky for them to get along with the cause, although the CoMMPASS course offered an alternative way to follow up the cause even when you are in mobility, whether you are traveling or whether you are doing whatever. But to some of them, it was a little bit hectic.
Okay, thank you, Moses. And now I would like to invite, let's go to the West. We are from the East, now we go to the West. I would like to invite you, Professor Ngozi, Dr. Ngozi, to let us know how do the postgraduate students at the campus cope with the CoMMPASS program? Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that question. Actually, the CoMMPASS program was well welcomed in my university, not just among the postgraduate students, but also among the lecturers. And we're also able to connect with the NUJ, River State chapter, that is the Nigerian Union of Journalists, in which we also have postgraduate students as members. When the idea of CoMMPASS was introduced, it was well welcomed, and so many of them registered because that's a rare opportunity for us to get in Nigeria, where you have free training, and at the end of the day, you're given a certificate. So it was really welcomed. They bought the idea, and they all registered, even though there were some challenges that some of them encountered. But at the end of the day, they were able to participate in that CoMMPASS training.
And now, can you tell us whether it CoMMPASS a really continuous professional development for the students and journalists in Nigeria?
Yes, I want to believe that it will be a continuous professional development in Nigeria. But because of some of the challenges that was encountered, I believe if some institutions can welcome this online training and begin to help with certain facilities with the help of certain donors, I believe it will be a welcome change. Taking a clue at what happened during the COVID-19, we all knew that so many universities were shut down and everything was put to a halt. But in Nigeria, I was going through some newspapers and I got to realize that 2 universities were actually in session despite the shutdown, and that was Caleb University and Babcock University. I read through the VC's, because it was an interview, he said that they already had um, the plan for this online training even before the COVID-19 came in. So somehow they were prepared. So why so many universities, including mine, shut down, classes was ongoing. Why? Because they were somehow prepared. And we know crisis is what we cannot envisage, but it's good for us to be prepared for it. And I believe that with certain equipments put in place, it will be a continuous thing. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. And now let us flew to the south and meet Mubas. which is among universities in Africa that has invested in distance learning. So please let us know about the CoMMPASS program, as long as the technology and the investment you have, and probably how do the students cope with that?
Yeah, so thank you, Doc. Yeah, so regarding MUBAS, which is the Malawi University of Business and Applied Sciences, we were actually delighted to be part of the CoMMPASS project, and also our staff and our people participated in the e-learning experience. It's difficult to actually describe whether I would say it's a success or something a bit below par, but things are not what they were, because a few people managed to enroll into the program and they did graduate. So in total, the campus online course actually attracted 25 participants, 14 of whom successfully completed the program and therefore were awarded certificates. And these included the practicing journalists as well as postgraduate students. The positive thing from this experience is that there was a WhatsApp forum to complement the online platforms, and we learned from that experience that those that participated in the course interacted beyond the content of the course, right? And in the end, we saw actually some write-ups, some stories in the mainstream media covering migration in a manner that had never been covered before. So inspired by this program, they could actually discuss on their WhatsApp forum, and actually from there generate stories and cover issues. So the very or most positive thing about this is that perhaps for the first time, we have had migration issues covered in mainstream media in a totally different way. And now we will all agree that migration is a challenge elsewhere, based on how we treat and how we look at mobility and migration. In Malawi, it's not different. If you have refugees or if you have migrants of a kind, there is like a normal leaning or a leaning to actually look at migrants negatively. So the fact that for the first time, journalists have aggressively and positively covered the issues on migration is actually a plus, because it might be a turning point where the general population will look at migration differently, having understood the circumstances and even the push factors. Because sometimes when you look at migrants, we just look at people maybe just living wherever they were for no reason to come. But with their real stories told, people can actually buy some empathy for them and maybe treat migrants differently, treat them better. So I think that's something that was visible from the media as a result of the training that was had.
Okay, thank you. So I would go back to Dr. Ngozi in Nigeria. Do we have success stories like what Dr. Kanyoma has just explained? Like there is a shift now in publication, in writing.
Yes.
Migration, yes.
Yes. Based on my interaction with some of the participants, I have some students who participated in this CoMMPASS, and some of them, told me that based on the wealth of knowledge they have gathered from this CoMMPASS 14 module, that they are going to focus their research on migration and communication, which before now they were not thinking of it. And some of them, this CoMMPASS training also exposed them to a lot of information concerning migration. So I know a couple of them, about two of them in particular, who said they are going to write papers, do more research on migration and communication. So there is a little shift in that direction.
Thank you. So now we come to our host, Makerere from Uganda. I know you have played a very big role. You're among the PIs of the CoMMPASS program, among others. So, Dr. Sarah, will how does this program maybe reflect with the reality in Uganda? As we have just heard, there are some issues here. So how does that CoMMPASS program help the working journalist, including the students of media and communication at Makerere?
Okay, thank you very much, Zuhura. I must say that initially we started off on a very slow note. So the first cohort that was enrolled in CoMMPASS did not do so well. And that is most likely because of all the challenges that we've had that students face when it comes to online learning. So issues to do with internet connections, issues to do with time, but also access to gadgets that they can use to access these courses. And so our experience in the first cohort wasn't very positive. And so we regrouped and decided to change a few things. And we got a great number of people applying under Makerere, and we supported them on WhatsApp. We also followed up, and as a result, I think we have more people completing the course this time around. But also, I think that it's important to note that students, I think that even though a MOOC opens itself up to people to attend to the courses at their own pace, I think that that might also be a disadvantage because you need discipline to be able to actually stick to the course. And so we realized that some of the people who had enrolled under Makerere were master students, but they were just working on their research. So it was difficult to kind of get in touch with them and follow up. So we decided that this time around we would be more active, get more structure, communicate weekly and follow up. And so it's been much better, the challenges notwithstanding.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Sarah, before we proceed with the audience, I would like to know, have you ever observed any different way of reportage of migration based on those who have at least studied the CoMMPASS program?
It would be a very assuming of me to say that all CoMMPASS has really changed the way migration is reported. But we know that a few of our students who participated in CoMMPASS published stories and submitted them for the competition. So I think that that counts as a success, and we are still watching the space to see how else it plays out.
Thank you. So now I would invite the audience. If you have question and discussion, we can pick some. Remember, we have Moses Mohammed. I think now he's not online. Okay, so we have Dr. Sarah from Makerere. We have Dr. Kizito Kanyoma from Mubas. We have Dr. Ngozi from Port Harcourt, Nigeria. So please, I would like to invite you for the discussion or Q&A.
please don't get tired of me. Okay, my question goes to Dr. Ngoze. She talked about integrating or involving lecturers in this e-learning and how they teach. So I have a question. How do we encourage our lecturers to teach well, like as they teach in physical class? Because in physical class, it's a bit engaging. But then in online class, you'll find a lecturer speaking throughout. Then they'll just ask you, have you understood? We just put the emoji, but the emojis, the thumbs up, like we are fine, but sometimes we are not fine. So is there a way where maybe some administrators will come in and attend classes with us, the online classes, to evaluate the lecturers and see how they teach us and they work better to help us in the e-learning? Thank you.
Thank you. We can pick another question. Is there any other question? Okay. So, Dr. Ngozi.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. And I don't think we'll be tired of your questions. That shows you're really interested and in what we are doing here. So how, like I said earlier, our lecturers were also involved in this CoMMPASS training. And then how can we monitor, assuming my university starts fully this online trainings, how can we monitor and ensure that lecturers do what they ought to do? Number one, if an institution decides to, adopt this online training, probably for specific courses, I will advise that maybe the administrators of that university, in order to ensure that both the lecturer and the students are serious. It's not only the lecturers that are not serious, even students themselves might not even take it serious because there is no physical, it's not physical. You can be having your lectures and you're busy eating, working, betting, and nobody knows what you're doing. So in order to ensure that there is full compliance, an administrator should be added or should be involved in that online uh, uh, learning. Either he might disclose his identity or not, but just to make sure that everybody is compliant. When they know that there is proper monitoring of these online trainings, you will see that everybody will sit up, both the lecturers and the students. So I will recommend that there should be a proper monitoring of these online courses if actually we want it to succeed. So there should be a proper monitoring to ensure that both the lecturers and the students are doing what they ought to do. And also, based on challenges we have noticed, institutions don't just monitor, but ensure that they have the necessary facilities that is needed to run that program smoothly.
Okay, so now I would like to invite Dr. Sarah. Oh, you would start? You can. You can start, yes, Dr. Kizito. He wants to respond on the same, on the Malawian perspective, and later on we'll come to the Ugandan perspective.
All right. So, yeah, maybe if we look at the online learning, within our context, I think in many parts of Africa, it's always going to be a little challenging because maybe it's a concept that we adopted out of challenges or out of austerity. Most of the countries in Africa who actually talk about their first experience with online learning as a result of the COVID-19, right? And the problematic was actually as an emergency intervention, right? So the way we're doing it, it's not actually how online learning is done elsewhere. Because online learning should not be about a lecturer following the traditional timetable. I have 2 hours a week or 4 hours a week and planning to have to be behind a gadget and talking to the students for 2 hours and the like. I think that's not how it works elsewhere. She was talking about monitoring and the like. I have been privileged that around 2019, I was part of a team that was facilitating the online MBA for the University of Newcastle in Australia. And my experience with them was that online learning actually requires a lot of work. It requires a lot of effort. There were two of us with about 80 to 90 students spread across the world. And now we had to take turns. The rule was that if there is a query from a student, it has to be responded to within 6 hours. That means, I think for two people, you would have to sleep late. And if I'm not online, somebody would have to be alert. I would notify my colleague, I'm not available over the next 6 hours, it's your turn, and something like that. Apart from that, there has to be a proper system in place, right? Yeah. So, like during that experience, in a 2-week period, you could actually have a session of 50 minutes of lectures, right? 50 minutes in 2 weeks. The rest of the week would be real online, where students would be working behind the scenes. They have assignments and they have to engage into active online discussions. So if there is a discussion topic, every student would have to comment on that one. You comment on another person's submission and you advance your own opinion on that. And the facilitators had a task to actually evaluate that and score. So if every week there was something like that and 5 marks were at stake, you would actually do that. And by the end of the week, you were able to log in and see how many of the 80 students have actually participated, right? And which student has been idle. So we're saying it is actually how we are implementing it. But if you have the proper online learning, it includes the measures that she spoke about. And I think some of the monitoring issues become imperative. Thank you.
Okay, now, Dr. Sarah, what's your point of view?
Okay, thank you very much. I agree with what Dr. Chizito is saying. I disagree with Ngonzi. I don't think monitoring will do it. I think that it should start with training both the facilitators and the students on what it means to participate in online learning. I'll give you an example. Most of the time, we tend to equate online learning to Zoom lectures. That's not it. I mean, you need proper training for this. And I can tell you that it makes a difference. I remember during the COVID-19 crisis, many universities that closed, including Makerere, we couldn't handle. But Makerere has been doing online learning and teaching for the longest period in Uganda. However, during that time, Makerere took that time to train us, the lecturers, on what it means to actually set up a course online. And I feel that that makes the difference because then you understand what activities will help your students to keep engaged. You also understand that as a lecturer, you need to design your course in such a way that it's not too much for you, but it's also not too much for the students. You need to know that since we have internet connection problems in a country like Uganda, it's almost unfair to the students for you to expect them to stay online for 2 hours. So like Dr. Chizito said, perhaps meet them every 2 weeks. But also it means that you need to be trained to go beyond the learning management system because putting PowerPoint slides and PDF readings on the learning management systems is not the same as e-learning. You need to actually understand what designing an online course looks like. And after that, the monitoring will just come automatically. You won't need it. And so for me, I believe that it all rests on training for both the facilitators and the students.
Thank you. Do we have another? Okay, now I see Professor Susan, you wanted to applause. Yes, maybe we can do that. Thank you. Do we have more questions or discussion? Yeah, okay. Now I know it's about, there is a natural call. And I think now I would like to provide each of the discussant not more than 1 minute to provide your conclusion based on the discussion we have been going through, reflecting from the university you're coming from. So we would start from Dr. Sarah, and then we will go to Dr. Ngozi.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think that designing online courses is important. We need to consider things like inclusivity, because then that will take care of all the kinds of learners that come to our courses. In the case of CoMMPASS, for example, we took care of language, where we had the course translated into 4 languages, including an African language, Swahili. But also there is the element of multimedia that you need to keep in mind, so that you break the monotony and the students or the learners are able to keep engaged. And lastly, I think that the online learning course should meet the expectations of the learners. If it doesn't, then you'll switch off. And I think that perhaps a course like CoMMPASS is a good way to look at that. Does it meet industry needs or requirements? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Ngozi?
In conclusion, I want to say that the online system of learning is good for journalists, is good for students, is good for media practitioners, is good for teachers, is good for, those in the media, because I believe that it will create an opportunity for us to learn new things. As individuals, I usually tell people the day you stop learning, you start dying. That dying doesn't mean you die physically, but you die intellectually, you become obsolete, and you need to keep learning, and you need to embrace change. And this online learning, to some of us, is new, but we are embracing it because we have come to realize that there are so many benefits that we can get when we engage in it. And I also want to say, as I conclude, that I believe it's a way for lecture delivery, especially when it becomes impossible for us to meet physically. That e-learning is an added advantage that will keep us going. And finally, yes, the e-learning might look expensive, in terms of the data some of us have mentioned, some of us that have electricity challenges, and so on and so forth. It might look expensive, but in the long run, it is cost effective. It's not that expensive when you calculate some of the things you have cut down when you engage in online learning. So I would want to encourage every institution here, every media practitioner here, to embrace this change and keep up with it. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I see Moses, but Moses will be the last person to conclude. So Dr. Kizito, please.
All right, thank you. So I'll try to keep it short. A short person cannot actually speak for hours. So I guess that's all pretty obvious. Yeah, I would agree with others on inclusion, but I would like to address inclusion from a different perspective, especially where e-learning is adopted in the or under crisis situations, as it was done during the COVID-19. MUBAS that time, like many other universities in Malawi, adopted e-learning, but there was no inclusion because it required students to have gadgets. and most of them are poor and the like. So we ended up having situations where a class of 80 to 100 students had only 15 gadgets logged in. Where were the rest? Yeah, so we discovered later on that many students had to cloud behind one mobile phone, right? I have the phone, 5 of my students do not have. They will stand behind me to follow lectures and the like, and I think that was very punitive and the like. So we would actually have to consider inclusion. Apart from that, there are issues of digital literacy, and now this is in the context of the proper e-learning, where students enroll in 2 programs as e-learning students and the like. There are challenges, and even on the CoMMPASS platform, or the one that we're running, the CoMMPASS e-course, some had challenges with that is navigating their way through the platform and the like, due to the inadequacy of their digital literacy skills. Then the giant or the elephant in the room, many times when you're talking about e-learning and even open distance and whatsoever, becomes the student retention. It is easier to attract students into a program, but without the physical contact and like, universities have to devise strategies to keep students enrolled, because the moment a student becomes inactive for a month, we will have lost them. I would have said a lot. The final thing would be the design of the course, as she said that one. Otherwise, e-learning is a very, very important opportunity for us to reach out to as many of our people as possible in various fields, even beyond journalism. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kizito. And now, Moses, I know you disappeared and then you have just came back, but please give us 1 minute of your conclusive remarks based on the online learning and journalists in Tanzania. I hope you have been following the discussion.
Surely, I will following it. And thank you very much, Zuhura, and thanks very much for the panelists for their very positive contribution. Actually, I will touch.
Moses, you're too low. Maybe you check with your microphone, please.
Okay. Let me disconnect this and then.
Better.
Hello?
Yes, please proceed. You have 1 minute.
All right. Thank you very much, Zura. And I was like thanking the panelists for their contribution. And I will just look at 2 to 3 areas briefly. One is language spoken with Dr. Namusoga. Yes, it has been very good for us to have this course in Kiswahili because it has encouraged the Kiswahili speakers to pursue this course. But my concern is is doing a little bit of translation from the original language. It is supposed to be done with somebody who is an expert into the language, because into some areas, I'm grateful that I've done just checking the language itself, and I'm not sure about other languages if people experience the same challenge, because to some words in Kiswahili, they were not perfect for a Kiswahili speaker. That's number one. But number two, again, the last professor spoke about retention. That's what I've experienced in for us who are practicing journalism currently, because you have to deal with your daily stuff while you are still have to move on with the course. So if it can be like fine-tuned to make sure that whoever is pursuing it is able to manage his activities while still learning. And the final thing is about the multimedia or some links. We have found some of the links which were moving us to other sources for more information we are not working. So whenever we are having a course like this, everything must be perfected. But otherwise, thank you very much. It was a great course, and I am very much encouraging other people to still use the opportunity which we have been gotten to start this course and practice what we have been learning throughout the course.
Thank you, Moses. Thank you. I see now the MC is here, trying to tell me now you are done. Okay, so I would like to give you a very short conclusion based on what has been discussed so far. So the continuing professional development is actually possible through the online learning systems, and CoMMPASS project or CoMMPASS program has proved that. And the online learning is not only about conventional teaching. It has to go, there is no specific schedule. So it has to go along the real essence of online learning. And it needs determination, and people or students have to be responsible. Thank you for your time. And Dr. Fred, now I bring back the mic to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Zuhra and the panel. It has been a very interesting discussion around online learning and the continuous professional development, and especially that we started using online things as a bridge around around COVID-19, which meant that most of our courses were not really aligned to online learning and teaching. And I think it's an opportunity for us to revise them. Yes, but as the panel was, thank you very much, panelists. Thank you very much, the chair. As the panel was dissecting things, I was here looking admiringly at Dr. Sarah on how she was delivering those points. And I was like, how lucky I am to have very good mentors. Now, Dr. Sarah supervised my undergraduate project, and I'm very happy to have you around, Dr. Sarah. In that regard, I also wish to salute Professor Tondo, the American. He's my publications mentor. Yes. And if you don't mind, Professor Tondo, could you give us the prayer for our lunch?
Dear Lord, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the sunshine that you have given us today. We thank you for everything regarding the weather. We are afraid that it would rain and spoil this great event, but you have given us sunshine. We thank you for making us able to travel as far away from Malawi, from Lagos, Nigeria, from Burkina Faso, and all that, and even USA. Thank you, Lord, for enabling us to travel safely and be here. Thank you very much for the gift of the family, our families. Some of us have left them somewhere, but thank you for everything. Most importantly, thank you for the good, for the food that you have prepared for us and the hands that have prepared it. We pray that it gives us strength and wisdom to continue to deliberate throughout these 5 days that you have made us able to come. We pray that those who are going to give us words of wisdom can retain their strength. And we pray all this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, our Lord.
Amen. Thank you so much, Professor Tondo.
I shall be a preacher sometime.
Yes, indeed. So, colleagues, our lunch is available and we reconvene at 3. Thank you very much.
Just a little while longer, wanna pray. Can get you off of my soul to say thank you, Lord, just for loving me. I many times I do forget every need that you met. Oh, thank you, Lord. I know you're showing me you are there when I'm down. Oh, dear, your love is so amazing. Oh, it changed. Here I am, all raised my hands to worship. I wanna say thank you, Lord. Oh, thank you for everything you are. For me, I wanna say thank you, Lord. I don't understand what you say. Didn't really hope out. You gave me peace to find, to carry on. Oh, I should have been the one to play. I praise great, more than just a song. Even though I don't deserve love, you left me on the floor. And you speak, you love it all. It's too much. I say, oh, thank you, touch me, say the thing I was for you. My hands to worship you. I want to say thank you. Oh, thank you. Say, say, tell me now. The sun comes up, it's a new day dawning. It's time to sing your song. Whatever lies before me, let me be singing in the evening. Yes, I'm sure, oh, I'm sure, breaking so sing for sure. I worship your vision of and just hope to make her your name is great, your heart is kind. Oh, silence, I will keep on saying 10,000 reasons for my heart to find your yes. Oh, to find day when my strength fade, the end draws near, my time has come. Your face. Saying I love you, Lord, and I lift my voice to worship you, oh my soul. Sing and rejoice, rejoice. Take my King in what you hear and me. Sound in your ear. Take joy, my King, sing. Take joy, my King, in what you hear. Let it speak, oh, let it be. Speak, let it be. Sweet sound in your ear. Here I am where I'm by me. Here I am, Lord, for you. Yeah, I need it all. Oh, Jesus, and all. Oh, oh, you Savior, I love your touch. take me. Lord, you are each passing moment, each new sky. I love you, Jesus, more and more. I love you for your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hands. From the moment that I wake up till I lay my head, I will sing of the goodness of God. You have been faithful, and all my life you've been so, so. With every breath that I am, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice. You have led me through the fire, darkest nights. You are close like no other. I'm on your as a friend. I have lived in the goodness of God. And all so sweet and so, so very I will see, I was there of the goodness of God. goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. With my life laid down, I surrender now. I give you everything. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. With my life laid down, I surrender. Oh, goodness is running after, it's running after me. Oh, you have been faithful. You have been so, so very see, I'll see nothing good. I'll see nothing good of God. I'll see nothing good of God. You bring out the best in you bring out the best in me. The best. Said you never go. I need your love. The world needs to. You bring out the best in me. Oh, it's the best. You bring out the best in me. Oh, the best. The best. Out the best in me. The best.
the best. You bring out the best. You bring out the best. Your the best. The best. The very best in me. The best. The very best in
It was meant to kill me, sent to destroy me. And I thought that it would, and I thought that it should. Cause I messed up so many times. I went left when you said right. I'll understand if you wanna let me go, let me go, let me go. But you wouldn't let me go, wouldn't let me go. But you held on to me, you wouldn't let me go, wouldn't let me go. And what the enemy freaking God has worked it out for my good. What the people God has worked it out for my good. What the people God has worked it out for my good. It was meant to kill me, sent to destroy me. And I thought that it was, yep. And I thought that it should. Cause I messed up so many times. I went left when you said right. I'll understand if you wanna let me go. So, so. You wouldn't let me go. You wouldn't let me go. Now raise the voice to say, one thing, God has worked it out for my good. Yes, God. See, that's put it out for good. If you believe, come on, loud. One thing, God has worked it. Thought it was gonna kill you, but I promise you, He's gonna use it for His glory. Yes, sir. Sure, like it's sure. Listen, I need you to know that whatever you're going through, God has the ability to use it for His glory. Doesn't waste it. It's working. It's working. I need you to know that it's working. Hey, it was fixed, but it's working for me. It's working. Tell them it's working. It's working. It's working. We see more of this past. It's working. It's working. Everything that you face. It's working. Everything. It's working. It's working. It's working for me. It's working. I don't feel it. It's working. No, I do. It's working. It's working. It's and what God has turned it around for me. Oh, what was meant to kill me, it only made me better. Lord, I saw your face last night when I looked in the sky. You were smiling, told me it would be okay. You would make a way in my dark times. And every time I hear your voice, and every time I feel your touch, lets me, I can face tomorrow one more time. When all my friends go away, I'll be glad to stay. You're still near me. I feel warm inside. You're so lovely. Every time I go, and every time I feel your touch, let's be. I can face one more time. I don't leave there without you. Can't survive. Yeah. I can face one more time, one more time, one more time. Yeah. Savior, I come, quiet my soul. Remember redemption's hill, where your blood was spilled for my ransom. Everything I once held dear, I can't put it all as lost. Lead me to the cross, you poured out. Bring me to my knees, be down. Rid me of myself and belong to only you to the cross. Lead me to the cross where you bring me to my knees. Lord, I lay me Creator of all things, healer of my being. Through your righteousness, I've been redeemed. Forgiven by your grace. Your joy is my strength. When everything has changed, you stay the same. You ride on the storm, I'm down. You're the love of my soul. You're the rain makes me whole. God, every present help, shape my life, everything belongs to you. Oh, my time is in your hands. My purpose is your will. Lord, you provide. So still, that's why I'm saying it's fine. Old things have your love has stayed the same. Your constant grace remains the cornerstone. Those things we thought check, check, we check, check.
Okay, hello, good people. I welcome you back to our last session. Now is the time to have our last session. So I invite everyone back in. Dr. Kazibwe, could you please lead that team in? Thank you very much. Professor Antonio, could you please lead the team to sit down? Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We just have 2 items and we are done. So one is that we are going to have a panel coming on straight away. Yes, and after the panel is done, we are going to have some key points. We are going to note a few key points of what we have been able to talk about, but also analyze through the day. And thereafter, we shall close the session. And we shall all go back and freshen up. And we shall meet here again at 6. At 6. At 6 p.m. we are going to meet again here. A bus will be waiting for us here. And we are going to enjoy a barbecue at Colleen Hotel. So please make sure you're here by 6 p.m. Ready to roll in the evening. We shall all go to Colleen Hotel. The other announcement is that we have a media team, so they will be reaching out to you for photos, interviews, around so many things. So please feel free to express yourselves. All this that we are documenting is part of our CoMMPASS archival material and reference points. We are already reporting live. Some of these things are already, being consumed. Okay, without wasting any more time, I would like to invite on stage. I'd like to invite on stage, but I don't see the person. Has anyone seen Professor Michael? Professor Michael. Oh, okay. Aha. He's here. So Professor Michael Serono, please come to the stage. Okay, so Professor Michael is going to chair a panel on why online education in Africa must draw on African and cross-border research. I was about to think why online education in Africa must decolonize. But anyway, that's different from this. So, Professor Michael, please invite your panel. And oh, no, I'm not the chair. You're the chair. Unless you want me to to take your chair. Okay, so coming on stage to join Professor Michael is Professor Levi Obonyo from Desta University. We also have Professor Miguel. I can't pronounce the other name, but I'll learn. Coming on stage. We also have Dr. Mulatu. Yes, coming on stage. Aha.
I think Isaburo is part of that.
So we also have Professor Isaboro joining us. Oh, so I'm going to put the chair in a very uncomfortable chair, such that Professor Isaboro can sit where he is. Okay. Thank you. I'll request the ushers to give us one more chair, please. Yes, as please, please come. The chair has allowed to be uncomfortable for a while. Yes.
You're welcome. Maybe you're going to make a presentation. A short one? No? Yeah, allow that. Yeah, here will be fine. Yeah, thank you. Do you have a presentation?
Okay. So just an announcement. Someone left their phone. Someone dropped their phone. Yes. So if you're missing your phone, it's here. But you must confirm that it's yours. Okay, so it's here. Our technical team, all the panelists have presentations. I hope you have them already loaded. Here, they load here. Okay, so that they can use this here. Okay.
Yeah, okay. No, that's fine. It's here. So have a seat. You have a seat. All right. Thank you all for joining our panel. We have a very interesting panel. How can we create an African-led collaboration? And we're going to have each of the panelists give us a short presentation. But before we start with the short presentation, I'd like to have your preliminary comment first, 1 minute each, on this panel and what you've been thinking about.
That's almost like the presentation.
No, just 1 minute, shorting it for us.
Yeah, I've been thinking about reflecting on this, just wondering. Quick question. What is migration in your mother tongue? I need your attention, please. I know you're on your phones, but what is migration? This is not on your phone because the phone doesn't have your language. For those of you who are like myself, and I think where this leads me to reflect is the impact on that when we begin to look at reporting refugee issues. Uh, if we do not have that concept within the bigger thinking of the community, then how do we reflect it in the curriculum when it doesn't exist in our reality? And now that we begin to find it in our new reality, then how do we contextualize it, drawing from the culture to now reflect this new reality? And I think when you talk about, someone talked about decolonizing the curriculum, and I think there's a certain sense in which that becomes part of our challenge.
Okay, let's go to Miguel.
Okay, first, I agree with everything that you said. That's the first thing, and I just spent 10 seconds. But for me, the important is when I work with journalists or professors or universities or public televisions or national agencies in Portuguese-speaking countries in Africa. And the goal, I think, yeah, closer. The goal is always to try to create curricula and courses that journalists need in that context, in that country, related with their work. So not just pick a curricula that we might have already in our training center or university, but to tailor the curricula to the specific needs of those professionals. And I think that's the most important thing. Trying to help, not trying to sell something.
Good.
The most important thing in my idea in this case, why we are focusing on media and migration, specifically on journalism education on the online version. That's my idea.
Thank you. Let's go to Dr. Burrow.
For me, we are now in globalization. So, is it possible to be in your corner, working without reacting with the other? That's my preoccupation.
Can you say that a little louder? I think some people did not hear you. Maybe use this microphone. Let's see.
Is it better? Yes. So I say, in this time of globalization, is it possible for one to be in your corner, working without taking in account what other people are finding? I think this is not possible. So we have to speak of it.
Good. Okay, so that means that we will have Levy do a speed light presentation to us first, and then we'll move to Miguel, and then to Professor Mulato, and then to Dr. Boro. Yes. So let's start with Levy. You can take the stage if that makes you feel.
Okay. The problem with teachers, I think we always like standing. Good afternoon again. Good afternoon. Oh, thank you. And I think the question whether migration, and once my 5 minutes are up, just raise your hand and I stop. It will be very nice to study African speech structure because we tend to go on, and that would be very interesting to find out the structure of our speeches. So has migration always been an African issue? And you look at the experiences that countries such as Uganda go through, which is probably one of the very most friendly nations to receive refugees. Why is it so easy for Uganda, so to speak, this role? And does it draw from the cultural context that the country comes from, that we can make a reference to Africa? And so when we begin to think about that, we also have to recognize, I think, in light of that, that our reality has changed. And what has changed our realities is it the colonial experience that have introduced new vocabulary, new relations into our thinking. And so to what extent does curriculum reflect either the traditional, the conservative spacing where we've come from, where this concept has not existed. And when we talk about journalism, because we notice that journalism sets agenda, as it were. But society today tends to define us on basis of several parameters, which tend to confuse who we are. More of how can we separate ourselves? How can we point out the differences between us rather than how can we focus on areas that unite us? And so to what extent does the curricula that we are developing reflect that? And I see the strength of the program that we are having particularly important in helping us address that. Journalism training in Africa has generally been transplanted. It come from whether we are using the textbooks that we were trained on when we went to school in Maryland, like our chair here. And so the uniqueness of this project is interrogating and questioning these very assumptions that we've had. And so the necessity for the journalism to be authentic, to be contextual, to be grounded in the people's realities, as we've seen in the instructions and the engagement that we have had now. And I think the question that was raised earlier on with regard to to what extent do we shine light on the experiences of refugees in Kampala, in Kakuma, in Dadaab, in Kenya, etc., go to the very core of then how do we speak to these realities that we are talking about and how the curriculum helps us to be able to address those realities that we have. And so it's the question of the structure of indigenous knowledge. Have we explored it? What's the place of African scholarship? And we are alive to the fact that African scholarship has tended to be shunned on the side, to be shunned to the sides. For a lot of factors, the language, the research subjects that we explore, the areas of publication where people do publish. And so the examples, the successes that we can address often do not allow us in a great extent to be able to speak to these realities. And that's the beauty of a project like what we've been having, because it begins to force us to place us at the very heart of beginning to address the same questions that we should have been addressing all along, but the context that we have played within has not provided the space to be able to do that well. And the advantage that we've had in terms of collaboration, the opportunity to have shared resources. So here you have folks from Malawi, from Uganda, from Kenya, from Burkina Faso, etc. And the beauty of this is transcending the language barriers. So you have a case of Portuguese, not Portuguese, but French speaking, English speaking, Swahili speaking, that often is not part of the traditional engagement that we've had because we have been very well constricted within the parameters of our colonial languages. But here we get cross the boundaries to be able to address this. And then therefore creating new educational ecosystems that run across the continent, but speak then to drawing from these realities that we face of the context of what wasn't before, but now which is that must be accommodated in where we are going in this space of shared knowledge. And I think my 5 minutes have expired. I'd have loved to continue on this, but let me stop there.
Yes. There's a presentation showing or not? No. No. Yep. Okay. Okay, so I will try to be fast, and I had some slides, but I can live without them. And I'm going to speak about the experience from ISCTE, my university, but also the Portuguese Journalist Training Center, where I am now working at, and which supported CoMMPASS also. And my goal is to speak a little bit about inclusion, development, and of course, the role of the Portuguese language in Africa. Unfortunately, nobody from any of those 5 countries, Angola, Mozambique, Cape Verde, Guinea-Bissau, and São Tomé and Príncipe is here, but maybe in the next project, the Portuguese-speaking countries will be here. the strategic importance of e-learning in the case of the Portuguese-speaking countries in Africa is because of the big geographical barriers that exist in most of these countries. Many communities, they don't have universities nor even middle schools nearby. And of course, e-learning allows the students to access quality education anywhere with internet connectivity. So e-learning, of course, is increased opportunities for rural and underserved populations everywhere, but I'm speaking about data from the Portuguese-speaking countries. Another importance of e-learning is because it supports lifetime learning. For youth, for adults, for professionals, you can design and tailor e-learning programs for every age, any kind of professionals, and it's critical for workforce skills. Right now, we know that just make your graduation or even a master's is not enough. You need to constantly update your skills, your knowledge. So e-learning gives you that opportunity. Another thing is costs. E-learning is efficient and cost-effective measure, and of course, it's with scalability. In this case of CoMMPASS, of course, we saw that for different languages, 20-something countries. I didn't fix the final number. And of course, collaboration international partnerships. So how can we boost this? In our case, in the case of my training center, since 1991 that we work with journalists from the Portuguese-speaking countries, and we had made around 25,000 hours of training for 2,700 professionals. So we work a lot with them, and from that experience, what are the major problems? It's nice to do e-learning, but sometimes there are no internet connectivity, so people cannot even access the e-learning. So we have to work with different ways of delivering content. Most of the times, not to do it online, but in the ways that you can do it offline, or you can join people together in a place to do the online courses, which is kind of strange, but it's a way which is very effective, for example, in countries as Mozambique or São Tomé and Príncipe. Then, of course, you have all the infrastructure and technology constraints, but I'm going over it. And the problem of many existing courses, not the case of CoMMPASS, are not designed for African context, reality, and needs. And that's a very important thing. You cannot have something and then just deliver it. You have to work with the people that are going to work with them. Finally, in this case, many teachers or trainers lack training on online pedagogy. We already spoke about this this morning here. And they lack basic digital literacy sometimes, and this reduces the course effectiveness. So one thing which is quite important is to train the trainers when we work, especially when you work on these online and e-learning examples. So what we can expect: train the trainers in projects like this, in cooperation together, but also try to make governments and partners invest in technology, in infrastructure, add the most local content development as you can, train digital literacy, and try to do public and private partnerships. So by investing in e-learning, rooted in local needs and supported by infrastructure and policy, the African countries, and especially in my case for the Portuguese-speaking ones, can accelerate education, economic growth, and regional collaboration. And thank you.
Thank you. Miguel. We will now take the presentation of Professor Mulatus. I don't know whether you want to go back there. You can go there.
You need them.
Get the mic. Yeah.
Good afternoon. This is Mulatu. I'm from Norway at the University of Agder. At the same time, I'm a fellow of CEF at the University of Dortmund at the International Journalism Faculty or Institute. I'm originally from Ethiopia. So I'll start my presentation by greeting in an Ethiopian word. You know, Ethiopia, mostly it's a very conflict-oriented countries. There are lots of conflict, but our greeting starts with a very peaceful term. So when I say, you know, the greeting word, then you'll repeat it after me. Salam.
Salam.
That is a greeting. Unfortunately, we are full of conflict. So salam is the common greeting we are using in Ethiopia every time, everywhere, irrespective of time, irrespective of gender, everything. So salam.
Salam.
Yeah, so I'll start my presentation. Why online journalism is important in the African context, why it is uniquely important. So I wanted to mention two most important elements. The first one is the professional value. When we are talking about journalism, it is almost the standard. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, when we're talking about journalism, it is almost the universal standard that we can practice everywhere. In fact, the practice can be based on the context, but we are sharing the same values, whether it is in the West or in the South, whether it is in Europe or in Africa. So since we are having the same or commonalities in the professional values, it's very important to share those values in different platforms. At this moment, we are expanding, the journalism education institutes are expanding almost everywhere in Africa as well as in the rest of the world. So it's very important to have commonalities and to have such kinds of networking and sharing good experience and knowledge that can serve all journalists without, you know, indifference. The second most important thing why the next slide, why the online journalism is important is the situation of journalism education in Africa. Specifically, I will take examples from Ethiopia. These days, journalism education has become more complex and demanding. It is influenced either technologically or politically. At this moment, from my experience, the newsroom and the classroom environment, well, we couldn't find some similarities or we couldn't see some commonalities between these two institutes. The classroom environment is quite different from the newsroom environment. So it's very important to bring these two institutes together. So journalism education has not become free. So networking and sharing knowledge from other universities across the globe are fundamentally important. When I say this, I want to take some examples from Ethiopia. These days, the journalism education, the pedagogy of journalism in Ethiopia is becoming very complex and multi-layer, and it is mostly influenced by the political wings of the government. Teaching journalism in an independent way becoming very challenging at this moment. So people may look for some kinds of options that can get pure knowledge of journalism in a different form that can be the online platform. The other one is, you know, as I mentioned earlier, journalism education has been expanding. This slide is not moving, so don't worry about it. The journalism education is expanding. In Ethiopia right now, we have around 24 universities offering journalism education. However, the education they offer is different from the standard that we are looking forward. For instance, well, I appreciate the face-to-face learning. It's a very important one. It's a lovely one. It's a very interactive. However, due to the heavy handed of the government, yes, thank you, the heavy hand of the government and control everything. So the curriculum is designed in a way to meet the government interests. The scholars these days, what we know was journalists have been self-censoring, but these days scholars have started to self-censor in their curriculum, or else they have to amplify the government interests. So in this case, the students who are really aspire to be journalists need to have some kinds of platforms that can acquire the real journalism practice. So the option can be the online media. The other one is there are lots of opportunities that can be accessible online for journalists who really want us to learn journalism. As I mentioned, the 24 universities in Ethiopia, from my studies, they are not fully equipped, both in terms of technicality as well as expertise. So we need someone who can share their knowledge from the rest of the country or across the board. We need expertise who have good experience in some specialized issues, like for instance migration. We don't have any specialized expertise in the Ethiopian context. So in order to look for experts from the other world, it's very important to bring online journalism education or any forms of education. I wanted to mention one important point that the Ethiopian government or Ministry of Education has been practicing in the current context. It's called harmonization program. That means all the journalism education institutes or the universities should have similar curriculum. They should be similar in terms of curriculum, in terms of nomenclature, in terms of the course content. So the students couldn't have the chance to get specialized knowledge. So all of them are practicing the same experience. So someone who wants to have a very unique and specialized knowledge, they don't have an option. So in this case, the journalism education, the online journalism education would give them a best option to get a very specialized knowledge. And finally, when I say this online journalism is very important, I don't mean that it can be practiced without challenge. There are lots of practice, lots of challenges unless we are managing in a very proper manner. For instance, lack of technological capacity, or lack of unfriendly environment. For instance, most of us are not technologically friendly, or we might not have a technology or the experts who are going to handle that technology. In that case, there will be another challenge of the online journalism. Then we are going to have two blocks, the learned one and the unlearned one. In that case, we should be very serious in managing the technological issues. At the same time, we have to have a very interactive curriculum, a very interactive course design that can attract lots of students to be actively attending that course. So in that case, then we will be very fruitful, or else it has its own disadvantage. Then finally, what should be done? I think it's not the knowledge not in one country, so we have to collaborate each other. So partnership and collaborations among African universities or across the continent is very important. The specialization the other African countries have, we might not have in the Ethiopian context. So it's very important to have partnership and collaboration in order to bring relevant experience from the globe. So establishing solidarity among journalism educators as well as students is very pertinent, and partnership in the African context ensures digital learning to effective local realities. We shouldn't forget that when we are bringing the global knowledge, it doesn't mean that we are forgetting the local realities and the local practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other? Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah, Koroboro.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I will speak on behalf of the team of Burkina Faso, but my colleagues may bring some moreover information after. So we have tried to bring an answer to the question why online education in Africa must draw on African and cross-border resources. African universities nowadays have to bring response to and rapidly increasing demand for initial and lifelong training. So to face this challenge, virtual campus seems to be for them a solution because it allows remote management of learning, access to various resources, mainly multimedia resources, and it also allow interaction among all stakeholders in the educational community. It is the main tool in the globalization education. But for this, they have to face some challenges. Mainly, they have to improve access to training by offering conditions adapted to spatial and temporal constraints. We have some learners, we need to solve their spatial challenges because they need to follow some teaching, but they can't, their job don't allow them to be at the place where the teaching is offered. Or maybe their time do not fit the time of the teaching. They have also to ensure the continuity that was during the COVID-19 crisis. We had to ensure the continuing of teaching despite the constraint imposed by COVID for all levels of education. They also have to open access to local education to a target group that are usually inaccessible. And finally, they have to address the challenges of mass education. So in this context, most of them don't have the technological suitable context because of lack of connectivity and so on. They have to overcome some resistance from learners, from parents, and also from administrations. So when we take a look to the contribution of cross-border knowledge exchange, we can say that it brings general principle of online teaching to the university to help them set their own teaching online. It helped them challenges it helped them to face the challenges identified in implementation of the online teaching, and it gives them lesson learned from international experience in strategies, successful teaching scenarios. I will give just one example. Most of the Francophone universities have to set virtual university, and for this, they commit some specialists from Europe mainly. But beside this, the African scholarship have some contribution, taking into account the local realities and the specificities of the African context. So they address the specific need of African, and they bring innovation prompted by African context. For all these reasons, we think that we can succeed if we don't take the best of both cross-border scholarship and also local resources. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Koroboro. Yeah, the difficulties are many, and therefore we need to work together. I want to start with language, Levi. You made a point that is very important. I think that I don't know any word in my 3 local languages for refugee. It doesn't exist. You have traveler, we have a stranger, we have a visitor. Those are the words we have. We don't have a refugee. So refugee will be in one of those, which makes me feel that language matters. I'd like you in cross-border collaboration in our curriculum, for instance, which you looked at. How are we able to reflect the realities that are happening on the continent? Especially that Miguel writes in Portuguese, which I cannot read. Boru writes in French, I don't understand. And Levy writes in English, I understand. And Mulatu writes in something, yeah. And so how do we harness this difficult, how do we deal with this? And what's the space of CoMMPASS in this?
And I think that CoMMPASS is actually helping bridge this gap because, you see, if you are a student of the media in the Anglophone Africa, the Francophone Africa is locked to you because the literature, the scholarship taking place there is in French. And so the fun equally the same. And so the realities that are taking place in those places, you don't get to be exposed to them at all. And I think we must get to a point where I think yeah. So we must get to a point where then we are able to cross pollinate, as it were, beyond the limitations of language. And I think this is one of the beautiful things of a project of this nature because it has sought to cross over the traditional boundaries. So you have here Francophone, Anglophone. I think Lusophone is still out, but you have at least these two having a conversation on this matter. And I think at the level of developing the curriculum, to then be able to distill from the realities of the Africanness and then let that seep into the curriculum that we are giving, And that becomes part of the contribution that we're making to scholarship.
And again, you took your time.
Yeah, I would like to add something to this. I agree with this, but there's a second, I think, a second degree of a problem with languages.
Yes.
Because English, French, Portuguese usually are not the mother language of people we are
learners.
speaking, okay? And that adds a different layer. And I can add another one, just speaking about the Portuguese, but I think for the English and French speaking is the same. It's the Portuguese in Portugal, Angola, Mozambique, Cape Verde are not the same. Different words, different meanings. So it's not easy to tailor something that fits everyone. But it's a good start, projects like this, CoMMPASS, multi-language, local languages, more general languages that more people can understand. Working with mother languages might be the next step to get closer and to professionals.
Thank you.
And in short, at the very beginning, we have to focus on what content is we are going to share. We have to focus on the scholarships that should be shared across the continent. Then how we are going to share will be the next issue. Then this could be depend on the country's context. Focusing on the Ethiopian context, English is a medium of instruction, but the population cannot speak this language at large. And there are lots of local language still becomes the difference among each other. Even if we say Amharic should be used as a medium of instruction, then there are a lot of ethnic groups which are becoming against this one. So my general comment will be, first, let's focus on the scholarship that we are going to share. Second, let's look at the context of that given country. Then we can play with that local context. Thank you.
Good. You want to speak to that, Cora?
Yes, I think it's a deep challenge because every translation brings some
Reductions.
some limitation, uh, and if you want to get the core content of one scholarship, you have to access the original language. Because if you translate, you lost something. Every translation is getting something out, is taking something away.
Good. So that's very, very important. I think you've added to the language barrier issue. But if we look, we have issues like we've spoken about, CoMMPASS offering us a chance to reduce some of these problems. So we are looking in the future, CoMMPASS also having, for the first time, we have Kiswahili. So maybe we go on and have some Fanti language in the CoMMPASS where I will be the one delivering the lecture in Fanti, and then another one in another language in Uganda. And there we are going little by little. But Miguel, you raised a point that I would like to come back to you on about how dispersed Portuguese colonies are. And that means strongly that's the problem of Africa too. We are so dispersed as a continent. We're not like Europe. How do we benefit from online? How does this solve our biggest problems of being dispersed in a way that is even inaccessible? Dispersed, inaccessible. If I'm coming to Uganda, I have to go through Rwanda, go through here. Like even accessibility via air is also difficult. So how does online then play the role of collaboration where we harness the benefits from Kenya in Burkina or from Ghana to, let's say, Uganda?
Okay, so I'm going to give you an example, which I have nothing to do with it, of a university in Cape Verde, a private university that when COVID came, they decided, okay, we are going to focus on online forever. And Cape Verde is 10 islands, so they know all about difficulty of getting somewhere. And in 5 years, they established a series of online programs, full online with optional on-site things, but mainly online. And right now, they are probably the university on Portuguese-speaking countries in Africa with more online students from all the countries, not that speak Portuguese, from Angola, from Mozambique, from all the countries, because they decided to do that, okay? And I think that's one way. I met already some of the students that are doing their graduations there. And most of them, they say, if we didn't have this chance, I would never be in the university because I could not move here. I could not leave my family. I could not leave my work. And right in this way, I can graduate and I can go for it. So I think this might be a kind of solution if it's possible to do in Cape Verde, which is quite small and just a few islands. I think it might be replicated in Uganda, in Malawi, in Burkina Faso, any country, and try to move from on-site to online so people can access the university that in other ways they could not do it. And I think this is a good way of working. And I think it's not the perfect solution, but it's a little more of a solution to add to everything that already have. And I already said this, I don't remember, but the level of quality level of universities in English-speaking countries and French-speaking countries are much consolidated than in the Portuguese-speaking countries. So.
Okay, and Professor Malato, you want to contribute? That will be fine. All right. So let's come to you. You made a point about our keynote speaker mentioned this as well. Classroom and versus newsroom difference in our collaboration. Assuming that we have a better classroom newsroom collaboration in Uganda, and then we're able to record these as sessions for people in Burkina Faso that do not have that access. To what extent do you think this could actually help us? Because we do have some common problems that we are not perfectly unique. We do have some common problems, and I would like you to address how this should, how can collaboration also help us bridge the gap between newsroom and classroom differences? Yeah, it's
Okay, thank you. It's an interesting questions. An interesting question. Yeah, the classroom and the newsroom collaboration or relationship in the context of Ethiopia is quite different. Even they consider each other as a competent, not a partner, unfortunately. So
competitors?
They consider themselves competitors. The newsroom, they consider themselves an independent institutes, and the educators are in a different institutes. So one blames the other instead of collaborating. That is one of the weaknesses that I have observed. This is because what we have seen, what the journalists are practicing in the media are not satisfying for us as an educator. At the same time, the journalists who are checking our curriculum, our teaching instruction, etc., they are not happy with the education system. So this has brought, differences between us. But as a solution, I can suggest that the first thing, curriculums should be developed based on the interests of the real context, what the journalists need, what the media institutes are really in demand of that. The second thing, the interest of the journalist should be considered in the teaching and learning process of the universities. These days we are not realizing that the digital journalism or the citizen journalisms are really controlling the journalism practice. I have observed that the Ethiopian journalists are moving from the mainstream media to the social or the digital media. I have seen so many journalists, they have their own YouTube channels. They have started podcasts. Even some of them are joining the TikTok platform. So even they are considering themselves as a TikTok journalist. So a new term has evolved, TikTok journalism. So we need to have some kinds of training that can support these journalists to be fully equipped and knowledgeable in practicing journalism in a very ethical manner when they are practicing in the digital platform. So what we are going to do, it is clear that there is a clear difference between the newsroom and the classroom environment, but we have to narrow down these differences by investigating what is important to the media and what should be delivered from the media institutions. At this moment, the digital media or the e-learning will be very important in order to fill the gaps of the journalists who really in need of some technical skills or some specialized skills that are not available in the curriculum of the higher institutions in the Ethiopian context. Thank you very much.
Good. I want to pick back on that, this idea of collaboration and as lifelong learners, Dr. Burrow, you mentioned that as journalists, we're lifelong learners. And as a result of that, the reality of collaboration is indispensable. We cannot do without it as lifelong learners. And then online, because it's not when you have 3, 4 children that you're now going to wake up early morning and go to Makerere for a master's degree program. What role does collaborations play in this lifelong learning, even for people on the job, journalists who we have trained that probably have gone and faced different working environment where they don't even remember the ethics of the profession anymore? What role do this lifelong learning, how can we get to them consistently on the job, like with this CoMMPASS program on ethics and other things? So lifelong learners and collaboration across the African continent.
Many times they don't have another solution. In their country, in their context, they have no way. The collaboration bring to them this one solution to access some specific skill. They don't have another way to get. Yes. So it's not for every field, but for some specific field, it works very well. For the experiences I know. But some feel, I don't know why. Maybe because we don't take enough in account the differences between the context and so. But in general, the experiences I have known have been good. Yes.
As the MC is coming on the table, I'd like to give you all the opportunity to give me your closing remarks, but let it touch on something you'd like to see in our next CoMMPASS meeting. I hope there will be one. I pray hard. There will be a next CoMMPASS meeting. So if we gather again, what would you like to see about our collaboration? How can we deepen this? In what form, in what way? What would you like to see? Personally, let it be about your personal wish. Just make a wish to the skies and see. We're starting with Levy.
No, I'm just thinking, we're talking about curriculum, but to what extent does the curriculum reflect? I mean, look at it globally. The realities that we need to address day by day. So, for example, the discussion around ethics. What do we learn in ethics? And you're going to be introduced to the traditional theorists in ethics, Kant, etc., etc. But when we are faced with an ethical situation in the newsroom, to what extent do we pull up Kant and say, okay, Kant says this, therefore I need to approach this? What are the frameworks that we draw from that are lived in realities of every day? And how can we now bring that to the classroom? When we think about just bridging this gap between the classroom and the practice, even our theory construction, to what extent do the theories we learn applicable for research, for carrying out research in our context? Pick any theory, for instance. I mean, well, not any theory, but a lot of the theories that we do. If you talk about, let me use a simple one, cultivation theory, for instance, to what extent can it explain an African reality? In the sense that we don't have that culture of television watching and all that kind of thing. And then we're going to tell our students, oh, cultivation, let's do this. Because it was developed in this context, but it doesn't apply in here. So the reality is going to produce does not speak to us. Talk about source credibility, for instance. Who is credible source from an African viewpoint? And so to what extent can we carry this into our thinking? And so the whole process of developing, having this opportunity to look at a curriculum of this nature, I think if we can also be able to question some of the assumptions that we've had, that we carry into this. If we talk about writing news, the structure of writing news, what's the African way, for instance, of breaking news? You don't necessarily come and tell you, oh, this thing has happened. You come and you sit down and you start telling stories, and somewhere along the way, we'll get to know that something happened. Does that still apply in news breaking? And so I think if we can, this could also be part of a contribution of Africa into the global scholarship. Thank you.
All right, Miguel.
Okay, so I will pick up where you left. And I think one of the things is, of course, having curricula that are not just practical stuff that go after 1-2 years, 5 the most, doesn't mean or serve for anything. You need to have more basic concepts like creativity, ethics, of course, ways to think, storytelling, and things like that, not exactly just how to make a video or take a photo. That's important, but that is what you can learn and keep learning along your life. The second thing is, and I really love that you said that what is breaking news in Africa. Of course, it can be different, and I think that is important, okay? Because, but it's not just in Africa. We have like, okay, in the old world, this is the way it should be, but that's not the way things work. So more personalization and to understand for your audience, your country, your region, your language, what is really needed for each of those things. And I think one important thing is not just aim for the final students, but also to work at a medium level with scholars, with professional journalists, and one thing that I find over the years very important and that doesn't work most of the times is to work with the editors, with the people who decides, because you can train all the journalists. If the editors doesn't understand what the journalists are able to do, they will never do it. So working with editors is a very important thing.
All right, Professor.
Okay. From the perspective of Campus, I want to mention three most important things that can work from the Ethiopian perspective. The first one is migration is a real problem in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is the cause or the origin of so many migrations. Ethiopia is a host for many migrants. Ethiopia is a transit for so many migrants. There is also the fourth one is the internal displacement. Millions of Ethiopians are displaced from one local community to another local community in Ethiopia. So in terms of migration, Ethiopia can be classified or we can categorize migration into four different elements. So the issue itself is very important. The second one is the journalism, special lack of specialized journalists. We don't have such kinds of courses in any of the universities that I mentioned. As I mentioned, 24 universities are there, but there is no specialized course that can train journalists to be either specialized journalists or a bit journalists for migration. The third one is lack of the extent of reporting migration in the Ethiopian media is almost less likely. The issue of migration is almost ignored. You know, when we are talking about which one is the breaking issue, most political issues and conflict will take the priority. So the issue of migration is very less. So from this four perspective, the issue of Compass or the project Compass is very important in the case of Ethiopia. So we should practice it in a very consistent way, in a very sustainable way that can deliver the courses in a very interesting way and interactive way. That can the journals bring the issue of migration as an agenda for the government, the policymaker, and other international actor. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Let's have your final word, Dr. Boro.
Yes. When I take a look to the success of the Compass course, the one thing that come in my mind is that it will be very useful to reconduct this such experience in another on another subject, not specifically in journalism. It may be in another field, but I'm sure many learners will be helped if we produce such course in another field. Because when I take a look to the level of the demand for the Compass course, it's very impressive. Unfortunately, some of those who are enrolled don't finish, but I think we have just to take a look and correct some small things, and it will be better.
Good. Thank you very much. I think that my panelists have spoken. I'm not in any position to summarize uh, what you have said, but what I believe is that anything that is on your heart for the Compass project and the collaborations, like Dr. Boro just said, you want to even see collaborations on other subject matters, which means that this was very, very useful for us. And we look forward to such opportunities. We're also thankful to you for sitting through. We're grateful. Thank you. We hand over to the MC. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let us give a round of applause to this very panel. Yes, thank you so much. You see, they took all your time for Q&A, but they are forgiven. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, as we come to a close of today's okay. Okay. Merci beaucoup, Professor Issa. Yes, thank you very much. So as we come to a close, we just have one more item because this part has taken all your time. I think we can do a bit of reflection in form of a wrap up. Just to remind you, we have had a couple of interactions. We started off with the opening of the event. We got a keynote from Professor Ruff. Then we had an overview of the CoMMPASS project by Dr. Michelle. That led us to a panel, the first panel by Mr. Gerard Businge. That was talking about how to take online teaching and its recognition further. We then transitioned into online courses for continuing professional development for journalists. What are the results of the CoMMPASS experience? And that was chaired by Zuhura Steleman. We have just had one by Professor Michael Serono on why online education in Africa must draw on African and cross-border research. So I want to give us about 10 minutes. If there is any of you that wants to make a reflection on the key points or takeaways from all these sessions that we could summarize, anyone who wants to do that. As you think through that, I will invite Professor William later after a volunteer has. I saw him taking a lot of notes. So we would want to benefit from what he's been writing as the day has transpired. But so anyone wants to go first before before Professor William? Okay, so yes, okay, the microphone is coming to you shortly. Yes, as okay, we have Martha, and then there is Dr. Michelle. Yes.
So thank you very much. It's really been an insightful day. But I think for me, it gave me, my mind kept on racing around very many things, maybe based on the work I do and also listening to what the Campus project has been doing. My question is, how inclusive is this project of migrants actually? Because I had someone say, we don't have experts. How did we design the curriculum? Did we involve the people that we were going to talk about? That was my first question. My second reflection is that where I work, we've been struggling to find online courses that could actually benefit migrants. And time and again, I go to the settlements and I find people who either were in journalism school, but their education was cut short by conflict, and they are actually struggling to find how to get back into school. How is this campus project inclusive of such refugees? And I'm actually talking about this because the theme is about media, migration, mobility. Also, I think for me, one of the things I see about African universities, and with all due respect, is how we like to play safe. And I've always said, as African universities, when are we stepping up to embrace our challenges as Africa? Because as a university, I also expect the universities to actually be addressing real day challenges of Africa, and migration is one of them. But one of the things that we even struggle with is for forced migrants to get admitted into our universities. It's easier if they have been here in your country, say like Uganda, been through your system. When are we actually going to step up and say we are going to address the challenge of people whose education gets cut short, and we need to open up our doors for them? And I think campus, for me, listening to what I've had today, could be one of those opportunities that could actually push beyond just saying we are going to work with uh, the journalists in a safe, comfortable way and push through and say, in the settlements,
We have people who could have been in journalism school in Sudan or somewhere. This is an opportunity. It's an online course. We are going to push through to make sure that we are inclusive of them. So I would like to hear some reflections maybe tomorrow on how inclusive this has been and on how inclusive our universities are even being in this day and era when we are addressing issues of migration. Thank you very much. And it was really great listening to all of you.
Okay, thank you very much, Martha. Yes, Dr. Michelle.
Yeah, this is a really interesting question, actually. My question was related to the former panel, and precisely after what Levi said about the language, the specificities, and of the course and so on. I want to remind my first memory of Africa professionally. The first time I went there, it was 25 years ago, a quarter of a century ago, and it was in Benin. And I visited newsroom there, I visited universities there. There was a surge of democracy at the moment. The outlets were flourishing. And I've been told several times that there was an African way of doing journalism, an African journalism. And I would like to know if, according to you, 25 years after that, is there something, such a thing as an African way of doing journalism, according to you?
Okay. Okay, so had you directed your question to someone specifically? Or you, you want me to request Professor Levy to answer that?
I didn't think you're going to put me on the on the spot like this. Jeremy Tansel, I think it is, who wrote the book The Media Are American. And maybe Professor Kinfile, if he was here, might have spoken to this. And so it's one of these things that have been transplanted. And I would probably agree with Michelle that I don't think that there's been anything that has come through that would be uniquely called the African journalism as such. And I think that's part of the challenge of the academy, to begin to reflect on this when you think of contextualizing curriculum. What are we talking about? And practically, what do we do it? You see, CoMMPASS has focused on one specific course subject, as it were, which plugs into the bigger picture of what the curriculum in journalism is. But now the challenge is not so much to burden CoMMPASS with do ABCD as well, but to go back to our institutions and raise questions like, in reflecting upon this, how does this impact on the other courses that we offer, so that something that looks like homegrown would then emerge out of this. And I think, as observed in the panel of working with editors, because they're already there in the space, so that there's a feed in and a feed out, so to speak, in terms of what is going to emerge in our thinking. So I wouldn't say that we are there. And I don't think that sufficient work has gone on. I don't even think that there's a lot of reflection on this, because I think what we have is the rat race of day to day. For example, today's challenge in the newsroom is not the structure of news, but it's survival. And so, and in the universities as well, it's a game of survival. How do we justify our existence for tomorrow and the day after? Is more of an existential question we live with today than even the question of how do we speak to this. And so I think it must be a conscious effort that would be made by the academy to be able to speak to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Levy. I wish to welcome Professor Sisanda from the African Journalism Educators Network, but she also has a contribution. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I want to speak to the question that Michelle raised, because I am actually working on a project that's doing this. And I speak to it with an example. So there are African ways of conceptualizing journalism that are deeply embedded in our languages, firstly, and also then in the way that we tell stories. So if I use the South African example, which is what I'm looking at in this book project, the conceptualization of broadcasting. In English, when we talk of a broadcaster, we imagine someone with a microphone speaking out to the rest of the public and being the knower. In the South African context, we call broadcasters absasazi, people who spread. So the very conceptualization of who is a journalist, when we think of it from a Western perspective, it is this top-down approach, just even in how we name journalists. But if we think of it in our context, it's someone who is embedded in the community. So that's an example of African ways of understanding journalism and then teaching it. So if we teach our students that if you go into broadcasting, you are there to be a voice of the voiceless, it gives them a particular posture of authority, you are the knower. But if we teach them that you are umsasazi, one who spreads, it positions them within the community as one of the cogs in the community. Another example is thinking through the ways that Africans have shared news. So we have imbongi, people who are praise singers. I guess that's the easiest way to understand it. And these people, not just praising kings and chiefs, but they were the ones who would spread news, the history of a context, explaining conflict. And they have a way of doing that that is, in a Western perspective, might be considered unobjective, but in our context, we understand the way that they convey information in ways that make sense. So examples like that, position us outside of journalism into the very ways of knowing in our cultures, move us forward to conceptualizing journalism differently. And I think where we've struggled within the academia is the silos that we live in. So journalism is separate, maybe from African languages, separate from sociology. And yet, the way that we tell stories as Africans has always been intertwined. And perhaps if we move to an interdisciplinary perspective, we can get those answers much more clearer. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Sisanda. I think you have really summarized it all. Yes, so as we close and as I request Professor Tayewa to give us a reflection, I'll request the very Reverend Associate Professor Timothy to prepare to give us a closing prayer. But yes, Dr. Tayewa.
Dr. Kagoza, thank you very much. I think he's been telling you the reason why he keeps speaking on me, but I deeply appreciate that. And I had to move from there because if I stood, then I'd be blocking everyone. So all the sessions were very interesting, but I think my reflection, of course, is in all of them. But let me start with the reflection of the panel. I don't want to call them young, but Abbas and Hannah and Antonio. What was quite interesting for me in that panel was the fact that they were literally telling us in this room how can I say, to style up, to get. Yeah, Monica is giving me my professor, by the way, talking of mentors and all that. I was also mentored by Professor Monica Chibita. So we the teachers, number one, two things. The instructional designers just behind me here, Dr. Richard, Eve, Dr. Sarah Namusoga, those are experts, instructional design experts at Makerere University. We shall hear from them tomorrow. From our Institute of Online Teaching and Learning. And so we up our game as far as instructional design is concerned. The way we are doing it seems not to be the right way. We get our PowerPoints and PDFs and just upload them, go on Zoom, and we think we are doing online teaching. And I can see Mr. Businje here as well. He has actually written some content on that subject. I hope you get an opportunity to speak to that. So for me, that was a very interesting reflection. But linked to that was also the delivery models, delivery models, because when we were designing this CoMMPASS project, we made sure that it was asynchronous, not synchronous. Synchron, that one, that word, that impossible word. But I can use, I think, an easier word, which is self-paced. That's easier, right? Self-paced, that's much easier. That we, in designing these courses, I think it came very clearly from that, from almost all the sessions, that we should think through the delivery models of the courses that we do. I think if we do that, the concerns of my daughter, oh, she has left. She was seated there, I think would be sorted. But also the hangover to physical. I think Abbas again hit on us that we seem to have a hangover on physical teaching, and we tend to take the physical teaching model into our online teaching models. I think that's something, again, we, from the perspective of now teachers, I think that was quite an interesting one. And lastly, I am on I'm an assessor on the curriculum assessor for the National Curriculum, National Council for Higher Education, assessing curricula. And I remember I was here, Monica, you remember, to look at your curricula and all these things. And I think that was very important, speaking to policy, you know, harmonization of our curricula, making sure that we streamline these issues at the point of that level. Not just policy at the national curriculum, National Council for Higher Education level, but at the level of Senate. People like Professor Monica sit at those big levels. I see vice chancellors here, deputy vice chancellors who came from Malawi. I think those are very interesting things to think through. So much that we picked, all of us, and those were my taking points. Thanks very much, Fred, for that.
Thank you very much, Professor Taiwa, for being brief. Yes, thank you so much for being brief. So tomorrow we start at 8:30 and we will converge here in this hall, Nkoyoyo Hall. So we all come here tomorrow. And yes, we will get further instructions after we have converged here. Thank you very much. So yes, the blessings as we end. Thank you very much, Prof.
Let us pray. God, our Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, your Son, our Savior, we come before you this evening to thank you for the wonderful time we have had. You've taken us through from the beginning up to this very end. We thank you for all the presentations, the panelists, and above all the director of ceremonies that we've been fed with a lot of information pertaining to CoMMPASS project. Very important for our institutions, for universities, and indeed what we have learned, we pray that we will make use of them. We have come to the end of our business today and want to ask you that you continue leading us as we rest as we retire, and even for the time together this evening. Thank you that you love us and you care for us. Bless this place where we have been hosted, the Uganda Christian University, and all the experiences that we are passing through here, so glorifying to your name. So Heavenly Father, go with us as we go to different places of our rest. And may grace, mercy, and peace from God the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit be with us all from now and evermore. Amen.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you for the blessings. Thank you all for sitting in all this time. I think we deserve a hand clap. Let's clap for ourselves. Yes, and on that note, you have also earned a cup of tea. So please feel free to pick a cup of tea,
And our
interact.
wonderful MC, a round of applause for our wonderful MC, Dr. Kakoza.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So feel free to pick a cup of tea. Feel free to interact. We meet again here at 6 p.m. for our barbecue. The bus will be waiting. So let's come back here, pick a cup of tea, interact, go freshen up, and come back here by 6 p.m. so that we can go to Colleen Hotel for our barbecue. Okay? Yes, thank you very much. Good evening. What you are going to do, you can keep. Can you help us keep? 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Later here, 6 p.m. There is also lost phone. If anyone is missing their phone, I have it. Lost and found. Lost and found. Yes, lost and found.
Lately I've been feeling in the weight of the world. I'm heavy breathing. Every night I pray, I'm believing for that day when you make it all right. Because I know the pain will be over. You wipe the tears from my eyes. And then finally I will be right there holding you. So when you return, hope you find me. Find it. So give me a light, keep me burning. Hope you find me ready. Is it tomorrow or today? No matter the time or the place, I cannot wait to hear the sound playing. Da-da-da. Will let me be found so worthy to hear you say, well done. Because I know it'll be over. You wipe the tears from my eyes. And then finally I will be right there holding you. So when you return, I hope you find me. I'm waiting. So keep me burning. Hope you find me ready. Ready. Hope you find me waiting for you. Sweet oil in my love, keep me burning. Hope you find me ready for you. Ready, oh, ready, oh. Everything will be okay. Mhm. One day we'll be okay. Everything will be okay, be okay. So we're gonna go straight to the night for this one. Are you ready with me, right? Come on. Say, have a great night. Say, blessing and honor. Hey, from every nation. I know say blessing and honor. Glory and power. Say, from every nation. Creation. Bow before us, say, come on, every voice seems to them. Oh, every day. If you need someone, say, if you I say, come on, the things I'm church in here right now. Come on. Sing it out, sing it out. Cause I want to see. I want to see you, Lord. Say,